Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here. You there. We are back with another very special Omnibus, another Jim Cornette Omnibus. We are on the bus talking about one of the more popular games we play on the show, Guess the Program. This is Volume 2 of the Jim Cornette Guess the Program Omnibus. I'm the great Brian Last, as I said, and here is the man who will be leading us on this journey, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, Brian, I have to ask the most important question. Is this the kind of bus that is going to run over Darby Allin?
Well, no,
Or is Darby safe to listen to this? I don't want to hurt Darby any more than he's already been hurt. He's got a problem with these buses. Maybe he should stay well away from it.
Well, this specific bus will smack him in the face with wrestling history, deep wrestling history. Of course, Guess the Program is where you and I go through programs from my collection. Sometimes you get me as well. And we quiz each other on the card, the location, the weights, the hometowns, everything else.
I get you, you get me. It sounds very perverted, but actually it's a fun game that you can play along at home. And you just described it in a very unwieldy fashion, but basically you give me the lineup, I try to tell you the place and the date, and or vice versa if I'm giving you the lineup. And that's the basic premise of the program, and then hilarity ensues from there. And you can learn something, right?
That's right, and let's let that knowledge and hilarity begin right now. Jim Cornette's Guess the Program Volume 2 Omnibus begins now. We are back. Whoa, we are back from the ratings.
Jesus Christ.
Here we are, and now we're going to end the show with some Guess the Program.
Yeah, after you've got my ears ringing, I told you I was gonna steamroller you today on this thing. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. I've been working out. I've been doing push-ups, pull-ups, chin-ups, sit-ups. I threw up once. I'm okay now. I'm ready to do Guess the Program.
Of course, the way this works is I go through my program collection, things that I have, things that I have acquired, things that arrive here at Last Manor, and I
think we got that idea.
Okay, well, fuck it. God damn it. We'll go right to the first program.
Well, no, I mean, we know that they're your programs and you possess them, but the premise is you're going to give me the lineup and I'm going to tell you where it was and hopefully the year, if not approximately, then exactly.
Yes.
That's the premise.
And I'm going to start you with an easy one because you are an older gentleman. I'm going to start you with an easier one. The first match listed, best 2 out of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit, for the World Tag Team Championship, Don and Bobby Fields versus Butch Boyette and Mighty Yankee. Best 2 out of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit, Sputnik Monroe versus Pepe Pasquale. There'll be a 10-minute intermission where lucky numbers will be announced.
Can't wait for that.
And the main event for the World Championship, and let me just actually see on the program if it's... World Junior Heavyweight Championship.
Okay.
Billy Wicks against the champion, Mike DiBiase.
Okay. Well, Don and Bobby Fields are the sons or family members of Lee Fields and Speedy Hatfield, and the Fields family of Alabama that were related to the Welch Fuller family. And they ran, obviously, Gulf Coast wrestling before it became Continental or Southeastern, whatever. Butch Boyette is an alter ego of Mario Galento. The Mighty Yankee could have been anybody at that point. Sputnik Monroe, obviously, we know who Sputnik is. And the World Junior Heavyweight title being on the line with Iron Mike DiBiase against Billy Wicks. Wicks and Sputnik obviously drew tons of money in 1959 in Memphis. And Sputnik was always a favorite, as was Billy Wicks of the Fullers and Welches. Well, Sputnik longer. Billy Wicks pretty much got out of the business on a full-time basis in the early 60s. So this is going to be the Alabama territory, the Gulf Coast territory. It's probably going to be Mobile. And it would be in the It would probably be possibly the year before Sputnik and Billy Wicks drew all that money in Memphis. Because if I remember correctly, at least Sputnik and I believe for sure Billy Wicks had come from working Alabama for the Fieldses and the Fullers, Welches. I'm going to say 1958 Mobile, Alabama.
Very interesting, and let me apologize in advance. The weather is nice, the gardeners are out, so you may hear some background noise or buzzing. But Jim, this program, sponsored by American Legion Post Number 1, Memphis, Tennessee.
What?
Monday night, July 6, 1959.
Son of a bitch!
In red ink, that may be Christine Jarrett's at the top of the program, attendance 7,400.
Son of a bitch! I would not. The Fieldses threw me off with Mario Galento being called Butch Boyette. I thought they were in Alabama. But I was almost right on the year. I was actually right on the year without knowing it and then called it the year beforehand.
There was never a more glorious night for wrestling fans of Memphis and the Mid-South than last Monday night when Billy Wicks, sensational young junior heavyweight match star, won the Tennessee Wrestling Championship and also a brand new Cadillac. He defeated Sputnik Monroe in a hard-fought, three-fall bloody match that had the 8,000 fans who were lucky enough to get inside the jam-packed auditorium screaming the entire three falls. Who was writing this for them, for the programs?
At that point in time, I have no idea. But that indicates that was a sellout because the Ellis Auditorium maxed out at about 8,000 people. So that was during that hot summer run that Sputnik and Wicks were having, even when they weren't working with each other.
All right, unfortunately, I got a few different Memphis programs.
All right, well, now
here.
you've completely goddamn ruined my fucking mojo.
Yeah, that was my fault. All right.
Yeah, it was.
All right, we have another one here. This one, Jim, the opening match, one fall, Cola Zabisco versus Doran O'Hara, 30-minute time limit. The semifinal match, 2 out of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit. Thor Hagen versus Al Spider Galento. And the main event, 2 out of 3 falls, Mike Clancy and Eduardo Perez versus Al Smith and John Smith. And I'll also throw this in there, coming soon, Wild Red Berry.
Whew. All right. You are attempting to throw me off. This is going to be either East Tennessee or possibly, again, a Birmingham, Alabama type of... No, that's not a big enough card for Birmingham. Al Spider Galento, obviously, was a Tennessee mainstay in the 40s and 50s. He helped train Tommy Gilbert. He was a very well thought of worker. The Smith brothers had the beards and the gimmick was they were the Smith brothers that looked like the cough drop box of the time. Mike Clancy was a journeyman, and Eduardo Perez worked quite a bit around the Southern Territory. Thor Hagen, do I remember him from Minnesota, possibly? The first two, there's no way to tell. Is this East Tennessee?
This is indeed East Tennessee.
I'm going to say Kingsport, early 60s, I'm just guessing 1962.
The date, October 19th, 1956.
Ah, shit.
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville. Son of a bitch. All righty then. At least I got the region.
Wild Red Berry is on his way. Irish Mike Clancy in a tag team bout. Mike Paducas has an injured arm. All right, Jim.
Now, goddammit, if you'd have told me that. No. Right. Mike Paducas played football for the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
Oh! Wow, so that would have been a clue. There you go. How about this
See,
one?
he still wrestled a lot in Kingsport and whatever, but nevertheless.
The first event, in a colored men's wrestler match, Tex Brady, the Southern Negro heavyweight champ, Dallas, Texas, versus Willie Love from Savannah, Georgia. One fall, 15 minutes.
Okay. I've never heard either one of those names before in my life.
The second event, either have I, to be honest. The second event, Tough Tony Morelli, Bronx, New York, versus Cliff Swede Olson. One fall, 15 minutes. The third event, again, one fall, 15 minutes. Nick the Wild Man Roberts, Tampa, Florida, versus Bob Geigel. In the semifinal for the World's Tag Team Championship, with words. The World's Tag Team Championship, Art Nelson and Doug Donovan, the champions.
Oh.
Versus Sonny Myers and Silent Joe Hamilton. 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. And finally, the main event for the World's Junior Heavyweight Championship, once again, the champion Iron Mike DiBiase versus Dory Funk Sr.
Oh.
No senior here, but I'm saying senior just to make sure you understand.
Just because Dory Jr. would have been 12.
With the same haircut, though, so look the same.
Same haircut. We're in Texas or New Mexico, potentially. Let's examine this. Nobody knows Tex Brady and Willie Love, but the fact that it was advertised as a world colored title or whatever the fuck, they're down south, and it leads me to Texas because of Nick Roberts, who was Baby Doll's father, and who later on would become the promoter for Fritz von Erich in at least Lubbock, if not Amarillo. Bob Geigel is most noted as a big star in the Central States and later on the NWA president, but he spent a lot of time in Texas early in his career. The World Tag Title, Art Nelson, was a name wrestler for years in a number of territories, even to Carolinas, but Doug Donovan would later on become one of the Von Brauners, was he not?
I guess so. You know what? For whatever reason, my mind went to Dandy Jack Donovan.
No. Dandy Jack Donovan is a completely different person.
Yeah, you're
Doug
right.
Donovan's one of the Von Brauners.
That's right.
Because the other Von Brauner, was he Kurt or was he Carl? Because the other Von Brauner was named Jimmy Brawner, which is where they got it from. Nevertheless, Sonny Myers, another Missouri, Kansas mainstay, and Jody Hamilton, who obviously was from the Midwest. Mike DiBiase, we just talked about on the Memphis card, and Dory Funk. Is this? It's definitely West Texas. Swede Olson was a name that worked the Funk's West Texas territory quite a bit. We've established that DiBiase was the World Junior Heavyweight Champion in the late 50s and early 60s. Is this Amarillo, and is it 1959 or 1960?
Very, very good. Amarillo, Texas, Thursday, June 25th, 1959.
Boom. There we go.
A couple interesting things in here. Coming soon, midget wrestlers, Joe Scarpello, Anton Ripper Leone, after his broken leg men's. But listen to this. Attention wrestling fans. Free bus service.
Ha!
Promoter Doc Sarpolis is furnishing free bus service to and from the wrestling matches every Thursday night. The bus leaves the corner of 6th and Polk at 7:45 p.m. and comes directly to the sports arena. Immediately after the matches, the bus reloads and returns downtown. So hop the bus and attend the matches every Thursday night. How many promoters did that where they got bus service?
Well, you know, because on the excellent Amarillo history book that Scott Teal put together, crowbarpress.com, they had a bunch of cars being broken into in the sports arena parking lot at the wrestling matches. There would be things in the newspaper, notices about it. They may have come up with that as a marketing strategy to get people to not be afraid to come.
Wrestling returns to Pampa. I assume that's how you pronounce that.
Pampa.
P-A-M-P-A. Yes. Wrestling is returned to Pampa on Saturday night with Bob Geigel promoting for the Shrine Club. This Saturday, Bob has another great card lineup, and for fans wishing to make reservations early, you may do so by going to Levine's Department Store in Pampa, where advance tickets are on sale. How about that? Bob Geigel actively wrestling and promoting.
Well, in a lot of cases, and of course, Geigel would get into the office in Kansas City, but they would, one of the spot shows or a regular spot show or whatever, they'd give one of the guys, okay, this year. Buddy Wayne did that in Memphis for years. And some of the guys that at the time might be working in the middle of the card, but they showed a good business mind or they were enterprising. Yeah, you take Pampa and run that once every 6 weeks or whatever. Pampa, Texas was the gimmick hometown of Outlaw Ron Bass.
All right, Jim, this next program here. By the way, intermissions after the second and third matches. The first event, Butcher Brannigan versus Scott Casey. The second event, Ivan Putski, 270 out of Poland, versus Lord Alfred Hayes, 240 out of London. In a special event, Black Gordman and Great Goliath versus Hank James, Harlem, 240, and Moondog Maine, Crabtree, Arkansas, 255. The main event, The Sheik, Black Gordman, Great Goliath,
What?
Lord Alfred Hayes, Butcher Brannigan, and Gary Hart versus Fritz Von Erich, Ivan Putski, Scott Casey, Moondog Maine, Tony Charles, and Hank James.
Jesus.
In a 12-man tag team elimination match. And after the main event, the final event, The Sheik versus Tony Charles.
Good Lord. Okay, well, obviously we're in Texas. And as I'm looking at this, they obviously in the, what is that, a 12-man tag?
Yes, elimination.
12-man tag, they've got Gary Hart on one side and Fritz Von Erich on the other side because Fritz was the all-time hero and the patriarch and as we'll get into here in a second, probably on the downhill side of his in-ring career, and Gary Hart was the top heel manager. So that was this is not a really attractive card. The Sheik was a fucking major name in the business, but he never had a box office issue with Tony Charles, even though Tony Charles was a great wrestler. But I can't imagine what the match between the Sheik and Tony Charles would look like. Tony Charles was more in the vein of a Billy Robinson, and we know where the Sheik where his veins were. Scott Casey, longtime Texan, had wrestled in a variety of places, but most noted for working in Texas. Ivan Putski was huge in Texas. And remember, Paul Bosch in Houston said he was one of the best baby faces that he ever had when he was doing the Mighty Igor gimmick. And then he went to New York and learned how to speak English. And Paul Bosch said, "You've killed Ivan Putski for us." Lord Al Hayes, longtime in Texas. Gordman and Goliath. Same thing. Hank James must have been just passing through. Moondog Maine, most noted for his runs in Portland and the Northwest and the WWF as a heel against Pedro. So we're in either Dallas or Fort Worth or something of that nature. And would this have been Fritz and Gary Hart on it? Would this have been 1975-ish? Potentially 74-ish, 5-ish?
The date, January 24th, 1977. 25 cents this program. Casa Mañana, Fort Worth, Texas.
Casa Mañana?
That is the name here, and I looked it up because I was like, that doesn't sound right. That is indeed the name of the place in Fort Worth, Texas that they ran. It must have had to be in a different building for a few weeks.
So not the normal Will Rogers Coliseum or out there at the Fairgrounds or whatever. Okay, well, I'm sorry about the year. You know what? I should have said that because Fritz was still more active in 74, 75, but the Sheik, again, threw me off. That's when his territory was going down and he was starting to take more outdates. But boy, you see how the Freebirds and the Von Erich boys revitalized the world class or the, at that time, big time wrestling territory in Dallas, because that was not a rip snorter of a card, was it?
Well, let's see what you think about this next one. I don't even know where to begin with this one. All right.
Oh boy.
There will be 10 girl bouts.
What?
They're not listed, but it says plus 10 girl bouts. I'll start with that.
Not a 10-girl bout, but 10 girl bouts?
It says 10 girl bouts.
Okay.
And I actually don't think, based on what I know about this, that sounds like it could be a realistic thing. An extra added attraction tag team match. Golden Moose Cholak and Texas Bruiser versus Bronze Bomber and Slugger Kowalski.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What are you doing to me here?
Let me just see if they have a different name here. Cowboy George Valentine.
Uh-oh.
The Bobby Sox Darling versus Herman Schmidt.
The German Menace.
And finally, in the main event, a non-title match, one fall to the finish. The Southern Rebel Wildman Fargo, the only holder of 2 world titles and 2 diamond belts, versus the African Killer, Gorilla Parker, the Jungle Iron Man. And for the record, this is a photo of the Black Panther actually here.
Jim Mitchell?
That's right.
Son of a gun. Okay, obviously this is a Jack Pfeffer production, and we're in Chicago. And Cowboy George Valentine was Buddy Fuller. And Wildman Jackie Fargo was Jackie Fargo when Pfeffer made him his world champion, which was in between Fargo's runs as part of the Fargo brothers in Tennessee. I don't think that was really the Black Panther Jim Mitchell as Gorilla Parker. I think that was Jack Pfeffer finding a picture of a black guy. Herman Schmidt, of course, the long-lost cousin from Bulgaria or Bavaria of Hans Schmidt.
Can you imagine pulling that in Chicago?
Where Hans Schmidt was one of the biggest box office attractions. Moose Cholak was from Chicago, and from what I understand, later on in his life after wrestling, drove a bus there, and who knows who the fuck his partners and opponents were. So it's Chicago, it's Jack Pfeffer, it's the dark days of the International Amphitheater when Fred Kohler was losing his business and his mind. And what was that, 1963? Or was it 64?
This is the International Amphitheater, Friday, December 13th, 1963. Fred Kohler and Jack Pfeffer present the wonder match they said couldn't be made. But the other thing, I'm trying to see if
Can you imagine, this is the site, not only the International Amphitheater, but we're talking fucking Comiskey Park and Wrigley Field, and we're talking Londos and Lewis, and we're talking Rogers and O'Connor, and we're talking Vern Gagne and Thez, and I mean, every major name in these giant houses, and they were doing ballpark shows in 1960, 61, and 62 with 25 and 30,000 people. And by 1963, that same town and that hallowed arena got Jackie Fargo versus Gorilla Parker and a fake Johnny Valentine against a fake Hans Schmidt.
Remember, once Kohler lost the relationship with Toots Mondt and Vince McMahon Sr., it was over.
My God, he could have fucking called Roy Welch down in Nashville, and Roy Welch could have fucking drawn him more money than that.
A little more detail on the inside of this. First time in the USA, an international one-night girls wrestling tournament. Winner to be proclaimed the United States Lady Champion and to receive a Diamond Championship belt presented by Fred Kohler. 20 girls from all over the country, including beautiful Miss Black Orchid, the tallest girl wrestler in the world, 6'2". And then the other thing of note here.
Any other names?
There are no other names. It's just pictures.
That was the biggest. So that was the biggest name. If he had a name, he'd advertise it.
It's just
even
pictures.
If he didn't have a name, he'd advertise it.
Pictures of various girls. But the interesting thing here is there's an article on why the Fargo match is happening, and there's a reference here I've never seen before. So I'll just read it briefly. The Fargo Gorilla Parker match was one of the toughest matches to make. First, there were so many things involved, such as the 2 diamond belts held by Fargo, which places the wild man Fargo in a position where he could earn $200,000 a year, provided he could retain both the IWA and the World Wrestling Association title. So it goes on further, but
even Swami wasn't going to swallow that.
No, everyone's going crazy here. In negotiating, Fargo demanded a $50,000 guarantee if his titles would be at stake in the match. Fred Kohler and Dr. Pfeffer realized that the Chicago area wrestling fans are not so much interested in seeing the title change hands as they are in seeing the Southern Rebel Fargo get his brains knocked out when the African Killer starts administering his famous cocoa bump on the skull of Wildman Fargo. Dr. Pfeffer.
Fargo may have been the one taking those cocoa bumps even back then. So now, by the way, this is 1963. So $50,000 in 1963 would be somewhere around $400,000 or $500,000 today. Just in relation.
Well, there it is. That's the first time I've seen Dr. Pfeffer, though.
Dr. Pfeffer, so misunderstood. He's the most original matchmaker in the whole wide world.
All right, let's get one more before we wrap things up. Here's a Memphis one. I'm just going to tell you what the main event is here.
Oh, for God's sake.
I'm just going to tell you the main event because it's actually a couple of wrestlers, or at least one wrestler I don't know too much about. Tojo Yamamoto and Johnny Long meet the Sky Brothers in a big elimination tag match.
Okay, Joe and Bill Sky.
What about Johnny Long?
Johnny Long was the original brother of Harley Race. Because Johnny Long was a veteran, a journeyman, as they used to say. And goddamn, he married one of the girls, right? Who was he involved with? But anyway, nevertheless, Johnny Long was established in the Gulas Welch Southern Territory as a heel, and then he got a brother somewhere, I think, around 1963-ish or whatever, named Jack Long, who was Harley Race. And that's when Harley first bleached his hair blonde, I believe. And Johnny and Jack Long were a team in the Tennessee Territory for a while. I think maybe that might have been right around the time that Harley got in that car wreck and got hurt, possibly. Either he came back from the wreck and became Jack Long, or was Jack Long and then got in the wreck. Joe and Bill Sky were Joe Turner and Bill Bowman. And they, again, the Sky Brothers, it was kind of a cowboy, Westernish gimmick. But they worked as a team under their own names also. And Joe Turner was Dennis Condrey's brother-in-law and the guy who broke him into the business. And Dennis's first tag team was with Joe Turner under the hoods for, well, not even Watts, but McGurk in Louisiana as Mephisto and Dante. And we all know who Tojo Yamamoto was.
That's right. Well, let's get one last program here, Jim. This one, all exhibitions under jurisdiction of the State Athletic Commission. Opening bout, 20-minute time limit, one fall. Mike Browning versus Mickey Casey.
Okay.
The second bout, 30-minute time limit, one fall. Chief Thunderbird versus Juan Humberto. The third bout, I believe this is a tag team bout, but the way it's done in the program, it's not explicit, but I believe it is. The Angel and Lee Henning versus Bob Roberts and Leo Demetral.
Demetral.
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with him.
Shit, I can't do it either. It's Jimmy Dimitrol had an athletic show that you see a lot of pictures of, the wrestlers on the stage in front of the tent, taking on all comers and everything. So I think it's Dimitrol.
The main event, 1 hour time limit, 2 out of 3 falls. The Angel versus Bobby Bruns.
Well, Jesus Christ, poor Angel. He's got to do double duty there. Jesus Christ. Bulldog Lee Hennig wrestled everywhere. Is this the Angel Maurice Talay? Is this the Angel Tor Johnson? Which Angel is this? Swedish Angel, French Angel?
There's nothing in the program to mention which Angel it is. There's no picture. There's no indication.
Bobby Bruns was the booker for years in St. Louis, right? And was a big name in the Central States. And he's the guy who was responsible for the first American wrestling tour of Japan that led to Ricky Dozan and Japanese wrestling and the whole 9 yards, right?
That's right.
I don't know who the Chief Thunderbird was. I know people are going to be shocked at this, a Native American gimmick wrestler. And Juan Humberto, was a Hispanic wrestler that wrestled in a variety of places. This has got to be 1950s. But I can't pin down a location based on any of this, really, except was it somewhere in the Midwest or in the Central States because of Bobby Bruns? And I would say I don't know what Angel it was, Bulldog Lee Hennig. He wasn't the Bulldog then, 1952.
You're right, there aren't a lot of clues here. The town, San Francisco, California.
Son of a bitch.
August 26, 1947.
Ah, okay. Well, San Francisco was not a big money town back then in those days as well, as you can see from that lineup. And except for Leo Nomalini in the 50s, it wouldn't really be a major money town under the Joe Mankiewicz, the promoter, until Roy Shire came in and got television and transformed the thing. So, yeah, what a lineup. Was that at the Winterland? Was that at the Civic Auditorium?
It does not specify here. These are really cool programs. I got a pretty big collection of them called Western Wrestling, and they're just filled with advertisements for everything happening in San Francisco, all the restaurants and everything. So it's really cool. It does not specify what building it's in, no. Presidential Follies, Club Hollywood Dinners, Drink Coca-Cola, the Dolores Club, Time Never Lags at the Dolores Club, Cal's Coffee Shop, Andy Wong's Sky Room. Yeah, nothing about what building this is actually in. But Jim, this program I had here, I want to mention to you before we wrap things up.
I used to go to Andy Wang's Black and Blue Room.
Oh, as I was saying, I had something to tell you about here. This is a program from Nashville, Tuesday night, November 4th, 1952, Hippodrome, West End, under Matt Gossip by Nick Goulas.
Yes.
Realizing the immense interest in the 1952 presidential election, we who stage the weekly wrestling matches at the Hippodrome will keep our fans fully informed on the progress of the election Tuesday night. Returns will be announced as soon as they are received, and our special news telephone, a direct wire with tabulating officials. If you come to the Hippodrome, you may be assured that you will know the progress of the election just as quickly, or perhaps even quicker, than if you remain at home. So whether you're voting for Adlai or Ike, come out for Tuesday night's card and get a double measure of pleasure.
A double measure of pleasure. That had to be Nick.
It's interesting. You never think about wrestling. I guess when things were more local, it makes a lot of sense announcing the election results at the card.
Well, yeah. Well, and that's the presidential election, so it didn't have to be local. But see, that was the thing, is that was a big deal, and you stayed at home to, nobody could go out places and be assured of knowing what the results were, what the latest news was. So you stayed home and either watched TV, or at that point, a lot of people still listening to the radio. So they said, hey, come on down. We'll let you know what's going on. That's pretty smart. Was that the Slamogram?
No, that is not the Slamogram. That is Nashville Wrestling News, featuring wrestling, the only year-round sport. Let me open this up. I have it in a protective thing here, because I didn't even tell you what the card was. The card here is listed as...
Well, now, Slamogram was, so that you're opening it up, the Slamograms that Jerry Jarrett started out selling when he was 7 years old or whatever, they were just a front and back sheet and went for a nickel.
Actually, there are no matches listed here. This seems more like just a general wrestling news information.
Huh.
Oh, here we go. Forgive me.
Uh-oh.
The Zebra Kid versus Kelly. Riley and Chief Lone Eagle with Bonita versus Kashi, King Kong Kashi, and Roberts. And double main event, ladies.
That'd be Rowdy Red Roberts.
Ladies grudge battle, Miss Byers versus Miss May.
June Byers and... was that Violet May?
Miss Ida May.
Ida May. It'd be Ida Mae Martinez, right?
I think so, based on the picture here, yeah.
Yeah.
Art Nelson, 220 pounds, former Black Phantom, returns here next first week of December.
There you go. Art Nelson was everywhere. And I think in Nashville, especially, probably more than any other city in the country that I've seen, the women, whether it be Mildred Burke, June Byers, or that era, Cora Combs, because she was from up the road in Eastern Kentucky, they main evented Nashville more often than probably any city in the country. And Mildred Burke was in main events, and they did do main events in those days with the women's matches, but it was often in Nashville. They were over. And maybe I think also Roy Welch was quite a ladies' man. So
the promoter and matchmaker, Nick Goulas, State Tennessee Athletic Inspectors Rutledge Smith and R.M. Herridges, the ticket agents, Jimmy and Ed Thalman, Christine Jarrett, Mohawk Harrison, and James Wright Sr., the cashiers.
Wait a minute. James Wright Sr. was, I believe, Teeny's father.
Oh, interesting.
Because her mother used to come every once in a while to Louisville in the early days of me being a photographer and being in the back, Mama Wright, because Bob Wright, who was the accountant, was her nephew, or would have been Jerry's cousin. I can't remember. But anyway.
Was she also related to Mohawk Harrison?
No, I think he was outside the family.
Cashiers, Bill Sheridan and Gene Pitts, the announcer, Jack Simpson, and the timekeeper, Elkin Lewis.
I said at the top of the program that we're going to play a little Guess the Program. I did a trade of some things for some things with a guy. And one of the items that I got, it brought up a kind of concept of card that they used to have back in the territory days, as well as a point that can be made about today, which we'll get to in the end. But I thought I would turn the tables on you. And honestly, this is not going to be hard for you. But as I said, it's going to bring up an interesting discussion.
Okay, I'm going to go with Florida. 19. Can I guess now, or how does it work?
It's going to be more difficult than that. You have to actually hear the first name or two, or the first match, or whatever. And it ain't Florida. So there you go.
I'm a genius. I just ruled out one of the 50 states.
Well, now I've narrowed things down. God damn it. It'll be even easier now. Only 49 more to go. But basically, for the people who might not listen to the drive-thru, and what in the hell's the matter with you? Guess the Program is where Brian usually finds a program in his collection, his memorabilia, and gives me the lineup, and I try to guess the date and the place, right? And by date, we mean year. And but every once in a while, wild card bitches, we flip it around. But we're just going to do this one here. But are you ready to take note? Because now, Brian, there are 8 matches. So you might have to jot this down.
Okay, that's telling.
What's it telling you?
Well, let me hear the first match.
All righty. I can't actually give you the full championship that this match is for, or it'd just be foolish for me to say that, but is for the state championship of the state that this card is being held. Norvell Austin versus Dick Dunn. The second match for the Southeastern Junior Heavyweight Championship, Lee Thatcher.
Lee Thatcher.
That's the way it's written here, but I have a feeling it's Les Thatcher. Les Thatcher versus Kubla Khan. Third match for the Women's Mid-South Tag Team Championship, Paula Kay and Donna Cristinello versus Susan Green and Peggy Patterson. The fourth match for another regional championship that would be too specific, the Medic versus Mike Boyette.
Okay.
For the United States Tag Team Championship, the Infernos with their manager J.C. Dykes versus Rocket and Flash Monroe. For the Women's World Championship, the Fabulous Moolah versus Tony Rose. For the World's Junior Heavyweight Championship, Danny Hodge versus Jackie Fargo. And finally, for the NWA World's Heavyweight Championship, Jack Briscoe versus Ken Lucas.
Okay. I'm writing down the card. I usually don't do this, but you said 8 matches.
It's a lot to digest.
It's a lot to digest. My first thoughts are it's either Alabama, Upper Florida, Pensacola, Florida.
I won't dilly-dally you around any longer. It is indeed Alabama. Do you know a town in Alabama?
I don't think this is Birmingham. Mobile, Alabama. No, it's not.
You are correct.
I am correct. Oh, look at that.
Yes, that's why I was laughing. You are correct. Mobile, Alabama. What's the date?
Okay, hold on now. So Briscoe's the champion. Hodge is the junior champion. Moolah, well, you know what? That doesn't help anyone. Lee Thatcher.
Well, that's why I'm saying I think it's Les Thatcher.
I want to believe it's Lee Thatcher against Kubla Khan here. I'm going to go with... It's either 73 or 74. I'm going to go with 73.
You are correct. November 6, 1973, Mobile, Alabama, Lee Fields presents the Night of Champions. And what they did was they went to the big building, the auditorium, and this is the point I was going to make about all this. I knew you were going to get that because it was fairly easy. And by the way, the state title was the Alabama state title, and the other regional title was the Gulf Coast Championship.
No credit. I knew you were going to get it because it's easy. Thanks a lot, buddy boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it didn't test your ability. It wasn't easy for the regular, fucking Tom's Dick is Harry out there somewhere. But for an expert like you, this was not a stretch. I think you'll agree with me on that.
Right. And again, for me, just to let people understand how I got to where I got to, Briscoe being world champion caps it at a couple of years there, 73 to 75. And then you try to figure out who would be where were the interns and Ken Ramey. And I ended up with 73.
It was the Infernos and J.C. Dykes.
Excuse me, Infernos and J.C. Dykes. And I didn't think this would be a Nick Goulas town, so it had to be somewhere else.
Yeah, I had too many people on the card for Nick to pay. But no, the reason I brought this up at 8 championship matches. And there's 2 points to be made out of this. One is championship matches when championships meant something were an attraction. But now, and somebody's out there going to say, well, Cornette, geez, they had 8 titles. You say all the modern companies have too many championships and that nobody can keep track and blah, blah, blah. This was a thing that, especially in the early 70s, was done as a special attraction card of its own. This was not even once a year. This was maybe once ever. They probably didn't do another one in Mobile. Nick Goulas used to do it to death, where, he would just find world 6-man belts when nobody had a 6-man title. He'd find shit in his closet and just pull it out and make a Night of Champions. But Nick overdid everything. But the Night of Champions principle in those days, especially in many of the Southern promotions that could work together, was if you got a date on the world heavyweight champion, then make it a big deal. Call Moolah. Of course, she'll come and work for you and defend her title. And it wasn't as much to pay her as it was to pay probably Danny Hodge to come in. And the Southern territories, Georgia could work with Florida, and the Carolinas could send somebody, or McGurk, or whoever was in the Gulf Coast, or Memphis, or whatever. So these were not championships that were on TV, not only not regularly, but almost never. You never saw the NWA World Champion on your local TV or the World Junior Heavyweight Champion, except if you were in the McGurk territory. That's where Hodge was based, or in Florida where Briscoe was based. Otherwise, you saw interviews and occasional film footage, but it was a rare thing. And then you would have, for example, I think the Southeastern Junior Heavyweight title here. Well, this predates when Ron Fuller bought Kazana in Knoxville and established Southeastern Wrestling. I think it's an old belt that they had laying around. And where was Les Thatcher? Probably, if he wasn't in the Gulf Coast, he might have been in
Carolinas.
The Carolinas, where, they...
Well, actually, no, 73. Remember, in 73, he was probably working out of Georgia.
Okay, so from Georgia to Mobile, and the people in Mobile don't know that the Southeastern Junior Heavyweight title is fictitious, because they tell them, yes, this guy that's defending this championship all around the Southeast is coming in. And it adds to the thing, and they already know the Alabama State title, the Gulf Coast title, and the tag title, the U.S. tag title, that was their local title. So when you put all that together, now people say, oh, golly, instead of seeing the tag champions and one of our 2 singles champions, we're going to see 8 title matches. And that's wow. And so that would draw. And you would, that's a concept that go ahead.
Did they raise the ticket prices like they did in Memphis?
It doesn't have the ticket prices on, probably not in Mobile, but it doesn't have them on here. But Eddie Graham would do that a lot, would be championship prices in effect if he had multiple titles at stake on a card. But that's the point that I'm making, is that this was something that was rare and special and treated as an attraction in and of itself, the fact that there were going to be that many championships defended. Now they try to do it these days. 4 titles will be defended. And you see that on TV for free every week. And with Tony, he's got so many of these regional and other company and associated belts, so you can't keep track. And with the WWE, they've got women's title on SmackDown and Raw, and men's title on SmackDown and Raw, even though it's reigns as universal. They've had so many belts split up that it damaged it. There's an Intercontinental, there's a U.S. title, blah, blah, blah. And you see it all the time. So that negates what made the Night of Champions a special promotional gimmick in the territory days, because you never got to see that. And there was the Super Bowl of wrestling they did in Cleveland Stadium in 73 or 72? The 3-ring deal, when they had everybody come in. And they lost their ass on that one. But that's what I took. The 2 biggest attendances that we had in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, who filled a Knoxville Coliseum up both times. One time was with a card based around titles being defended from every major promotion, and the other one was built around the legends. And those were special because we never did it before or since, and if we'd have done it again volume 2 the next year, it might have done well, but not as good as the first one. But the championships used to be used in such a way that they could be a draw until it was overly repetitive and prostituted out, and now it's just confusing.
Yeah, if you were a promoter in a small territory, like let's say Alabama, and you got a date on the NWA World Champion, which is one of the main reasons a lot of people wanted to be in the NWA, just to get a date with the NWA champion, would you see the value in trying to build up a show around who you already have working for you and having the NWA champion, or bringing in all these outside people, or not all these outside people, like Moolah and various people coming in with different championships to do that? Because you do have to pay the NWA their cut. So it's not like pure profit based on the NWA champion coming. There is money that has to be sent back to the NWA too.
Well, but the answer to your question is, would I do one or the other? They did both. Because yes, Jack Briscoe, that was probably his first time in Mobile as the new world champion. That's probably why they had the idea to do the Night of Champions.
Yeah. November 73, that probably is his first time there.
Right? But then if he came back toward the end of 74, early part of 75, they wouldn't do that again because they'd done it. Then they would have a couple of hot program matches from their own local territory that were ready to go underneath the main event. They'd have a challenger ready. That Ken Lucas was big in that territory as a babyface, but it might be somebody else next time. But they would still try to get a date on the NWA champion, but they wouldn't do the Night of Champions thing because they just did it. That would devalue it. They'd try to have another hot program or something else going on, or some other theme, or in the title match itself, is it a rematch from a year and a half ago? But this time, the special referee is going to be Cowboy Bob Kelly, goddammit, or whoever's big in that part of the, so they would have a different twist. So you would do both. You wouldn't just beat that to death, or then it wouldn't mean anything, like 18 belts don't mean anything now.
Is Ken Lucas the biggest Southern wrestling star that nobody talks about?
Well, at least of that era, possibly. Yeah. He was never a big singles draw in Memphis, and a lot of people have studied Memphis. He was in tag teams, and also his probably longest and most successful run in Tennessee was before any of the video still exists, late 60s, early 70s. But he was a great worker for the Southern style and for the people. He could fight, and it was believable, and he had fire to him in the ring. Ricky Morton, he didn't train Ricky Morton per se. Ricky was already in the business, but Ricky always credited Ken Lucas, who by that time was in his easily mid-40s, as teaching him a lot about how to sell and how to work and timing and fire on comebacks and things like that. Even though Ricky looked totally different than Ken and different styles, but it was the same concept they were applying. He was big in Alabama, big in East Tennessee at one point, did a lot of work for Nick Goulas at that end of the Tennessee territory. So, yeah, but there's not a lot of video, unfortunately. But anyway, that's the thing with that, is the Night of Champions thing, and also the idea of there were different territories and different circuits, so you could have established stars that you could still bring in from 250 miles down the road to augment your card for a big spectacular like that. And that's the way the territories could work together. Oh, and you mentioned the NWA cut. Here's the thing about this. Honestly, by that point, I don't believe there was an NWA cut in the World Junior Heavyweight title. If there was, it was purely to get Danny Hodge, because within a couple of years, and Hodge's accident and having to retire, it wouldn't mean that much anymore. And Moolah, you paid her for her and her girls, but there's 6 girls from Moolah on there. You're paying them the same thing as the guys, probably less than, big name guys would have charged to come in. And a couple of other, Jackie Fargo from Memphis, because he was a name all over the South that could come in and lose to Danny Hodge, but you weren't beating a local guy that you were dependent on regularly at that time. So this was not that much more expensive than a regular card they might be presenting besides the world title match, which theoretically should pay for itself. The bigger expense came on gambling and going to the big building in town. And Nick would do that sometimes. He'd go to the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville instead of the fairgrounds when he had, something hot going on, because you could put 3,000 or 4,000 more people in that building. And that would be sometimes the bigger expense that you would go to if a promotion wanted to, go to a big building for a bigger show. But that usually was when the office in that town was only running a smaller building regularly anyway. And there was possibly a need to upgrade. If they were in a fairly good sized building, they'd just try to, maybe do championship prices and add $1 or $2 to the overall ticket price. Anyway, but you passed the test, Brian. You won Guess the Program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would you like me to sing some more to you?
No, come on, no. Let's play more Guess the Program. Jim, before we wrap things up, how about a little Guess the Program?
I was just hoping you'd say that.
So you enjoy it as much as the listeners enjoy it?
Well, I don't care about them. I just want to have fun talking to you, and that's the only time I do.
All right, well, let's get started with Guess the Program. Of course, in Guess the Program, I go through programs from my collection. I read the card. Jim guesses the location, the date, and any other pertinent information he can come up with. Jim, this first one, I was about to give you the town of the day. This first one.
We're doing way too much of this shit lately. All right, go ahead.
I don't know if it's the opening match, but it's listed the first as a plus 4 famous midgets in tag team match.
Well, that gives me a lot to go on. Okay.
El Olímpico, 229 pounds out of Mexico, versus Manuel Soto, 230 out of Puerto Rico. An extra added attraction match, Edouard Carpentier, 228 out of France, versus Killer Kowalski, 275 pounds.
Good Lord.
A 6-man tag match, best 3 out of 5 falls, 2-hour time limit. Mr. Fuji, Toru Tanaka, and Chuck O'Connor versus Chief J Strongbow, Gorilla Monsoon, and Sonny King.
Okay.
1 fall to a finish. Bobby Shane, 240 pounds out of St. Louis, versus Jack Briscoe, the All-American Boy, 240 pounds out of Oklahoma.
Okay.
And finally, the main event, 1 fall to a finish. Bruno Sammartino, 265 out of Abruzzi, Italy, versus Moondog Maine, 265 out of Crabtree, Oregon.
Okay, well, the 4 famous midgets was not much of a clue. When you got Olímpico and Soto, followed by Carpentier and Kowalski, I was like, wow, this is all over the fucking place. But then when we got to the 3 out of 5 fall tag team match, that besides the fact that it's the WWF, Fuji Tanaka and Chuck O'Connor was Big John Studd when he was still Chuck the Monster O'Connor, against Strongbow, Gorilla, and Sonny King, that's obviously the WWF. Shane versus Briscoe would have happened because of the Florida connection with Eddie Graham, but Vince Sr. didn't bring Florida guys to every WWF or WWF town or location. It was reserved usually for the Garden. It maybe could have happened in Boston Garden or Philly Spectrum. Bruno versus Moondog Maine, that would put, because Maine had a run up there sometime around, was this a title match, listed as a title match with Bruno?
It is not.
Okay, very good, because Maine, when he was challenging for the title, when he had a run in the WWF, Pedro was champion, I believe. And taking all this into consideration, this has to be either 1971, 2, or 3, because of Sonny King being in the territory. Chuck O'Connor became John Studd by 74. Carpentier and Kowalski would not have been, at least Carpentier, I don't think would have been in the territory at that point full time either, but he may have been making a shot from Montreal. This, God damn it. I don't think it's Madison Square Garden. I'm going to say...
Why don't you think it's Madison Square Garden?
Because I don't think it's a big enough card. Besides the 6-man and Bruno and Maine, Shane and Briscoe would have been an attraction on a Garden card, not necessarily a semifinal. Boston, 1972.
Pretty impressive. Monday, February 26, 1973, Boston Garden.
Okay. So I missed the year by a couple months.
To me, I think the thing that would have been a giveaway that it was Boston was Carpentier and Kowalski.
Well, yeah, and obviously because that's closer to Montreal than the Garden was.
All right. Well, that's the first program. This next one, let me put this down. This next one's an interesting one, and it may be easy for you, but it's an interesting program nonetheless. The opening match, Oki Shikina versus Bobby Starr. The second...
Okay, hold on one. Well, go ahead.
The second match, Skandar Akbar versus Jesse James. The third bout, Donna Christianello versus... what's listed here is Vicky William, not Williams. Then there's an intermission.
She got plural later.
The first intermission happens at that point. Coming out of intermission, Rock Hunter versus Tim, and I'm not too familiar with this guy, Geo Hagen?
Geo Hagen.
And then there are 3 main events listed. Main event 1, Assassin number 2 versus Dick Steinborn. The next main event, Jerry Brown and Buddy Roberts versus El Mongol and Tommy Siegler. Another intermission, and then the final main event, Ox Baker versus Argentina Apollo.
Okay, and what did Ann Gunkel have to say when she handed you this program?
Oh, you're so sexy, dear. Oh, hello, Sugar Puss.
This is an Ann Gunkel All-South Wrestling card. Sugar Puss. Honey child. Oki Shikina was, he was famous when I heard the story because I was in the Columbus Municipal Auditorium and one of the cops was there, but also as one of the guys that worked for Fred Ward told me, Oki Shikina was in Columbus, Georgia one night. Apparently he was a heel coming back from the ring, and some guy had a knife and stabbed him in the stomach and walked halfway around him with the knife in him. And since he was a heel and the cops weren't really highly motivated to help, they said, well, we think he's done for. So they weren't going to do much, but his wife was there, Oki Shikina's wife, and actually pleaded with him to call an ambulance, and he ended up making it. Skandar Akbar surprises me on that card. Obviously, not only before he became a manager for Mid-South Wrestling and for the Tri-States territory, Leroy McGurk, Oklahoma, Missouri, etc., Akbar was a heck of a wrestler who he was the Mid-South of the United States version of the Sheik. He was an Arab with pointy boots and camel on his tights and the headdress, but he was actually good old Jimmy Weba. So Akbar versus Jesse James, just a preliminary. Ann Gunkel apparently hadn't pissed off Moolah because she gave her Vicky Williams and Donna Christianello. Rock Hunter was a manager and longtime heel in the South and worked for quite a while for Ann Gunkel, as did Assassin number 2. That would have been Joe. Well, which one was... Ernesto unmasked and became her booker. So did that mean that Jody was Assassin number 2? But
I
it was
think
Jody
so.
Hamilton and Tom Renesto.
I think so, because Renesto was assassin number 1 until he retired, right?
Okay, all right. So that was Jody Hamilton was ass number 2. His old partner, ass number 1, Tom Renesto, was Ann's booker. Dick Steinborn worked a lot for All South. Buddy Roberts and Jerry Brown were the Hollywood Blondes in a variety of places. El Mongol was that the El Mongol that was the
Yes.
big star in the 60s in Atlanta for the established Georgia promotion? Tommy Siegler was a young up-and-coming babyface that worked a lot in the 70s, and then the territories started constricting, and he was gone. And then Ox Baker, obviously, everybody knows, and Argentino Apollo was a huge babyface, and this was either 73 or 74, and I'm going with 73, and it had to be, because this would be too big a card for Gunkel anywhere else, it had to be in whatever building she was running in Atlanta at that point in time, whether it was the City Auditorium or the outdoor facility. What was the name of it?
Not sure.
I'm trying to think. Well, one or the other. Atlanta, 1973, I'm going to say.
The location, Oglethorpe Gym.
There you go.
The date, Friday, November 24th, 1972.
I keep missing these years by 2 months. It's either November of one year or February of another year. Sorry about that, Chief.
This is the very first card for Ann Gunkel's All South Wrestling.
Okay, well, there you go.
And it's modeled, the program's modeled after the Georgia, well, it wasn't Georgia Championship Wrestling yet, but the NWA Georgia office's program, ABC Booking. Same look for the program, just a different logo. Instead of NWA, it has ASWA. And all the usual wrestlers.
I'm pretty sure they use the same printer.
Yeah. Coming soon, Wilbur Snyder and Bobo Brazil.
Whoa, that didn't happen.
No, it did not.
Neither one.
All right, Jim, this next one here.
You know, I bet she thought she could get Wilbur Snyder. I bet Jody or Renesto, somebody was friends with Snyder and said, well, hey, Bruiser's not with the NWA either. He'll help us out. That didn't happen. Bobo Brazil at the time, 1972, where would Bobo have been working?
Detroit, I would guess.
Detroit, probably. The Sheik was one of the biggest NWA members and was having a fight at that point with Bruiser. So they were advertising that one of Sheik's top baby faces and Bruiser's business partner were both going to come in and work together on their cards.
Jim, our next card, the opening match, Tom Stanton versus Jim Neidhart.
Whoa, okay.
Match 2, Jerry Morrow and Hubert Gallant versus Hercules Ayala and Barabbas. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. So it was Ayala and Barabbas?
Yes.
Okay.
Smith Hart versus Duke Savage. Mr. Hito and Mr. Sakurada versus Bret Hart and Keith Hart. The Dynamite Kid versus Terry Sawyer.
Ooh.
And the main event for a championship I won't name as if you don't know. The champion, Jake Roberts, versus the challenger, Big Daddy Ritter.
All righty. Well, Jim Neidhart, obviously, everybody knows who he is. And this is a Calgary, well, not necessarily Calgary, this is a Stampede Wrestling program.
I'll give it to you. It's Calgary.
All right. Well, it was going to be Calgary or Edmonton probably anyway, but it's a Stampede Wrestling show. Neidhart, probably as in the rookie year of his career. Tom Stanton worked in Tennessee for a while, came in 1980 to 81. This is a bit before that, I think. Big Daddy Ritter, obviously, is the Junkyard Dog. And Jake Roberts at that time. I saw Jake and Sylvester Ritter both here in Louisville in 1977. Jake and they were both rookies. Then Dog went to work for Nick in his end. Jake went somewhere else. Then they both ended up in Calgary. Terry Sawyer had broken in 77, 78, worked here in Memphis, was a protege at that time of Lou Thez. Brett and Keith being a team, Smith Hart still on the card. But this was before then that Dog would have gone to Mid-South. This has to be either 1978 or 1979, and I'm going to go with very early in the year in 1979 in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
The location, Calgary, Alberta, Canada, the Foothills Athletic Club. The date, Friday, June 29th, 1979.
Boom!
So
there you go.
Right before he became the Dog in Mid-South.
Right before.
All right, good job there. Jim, this next one, maybe a challenge. The opening match, Frank Valois versus Silver Streak.
Oh, boy.
The second match, Randy Tyler versus Mario Romero. The semifinal,
Oof.
Angelo and Lanny Poffo versus Scott Casey and Ray Candy. And the main event for a title that I won't name, Terry Funk versus Andre the Giant.
Well, I was going to say, you got Frank Valois in the opening match, and he at the time would have been handling Andre. So that was a thing that they would do, is put him on the opening match or whatever. Same thing with Mike Lauren, Porky Pig, when he would drive the Sheik to a show. Randy Tyler is a name that I hadn't thought of or heard of in 30 years, and actually just saw a picture of him on Twitter when Jake had tweeted out a picture of, guess who this wrestler is with me? And it was Randy Tyler, and nobody knew it. He's been forgotten. Never heard of Mario Romero or the Silver Streak. Angelo and Lanny teaming against Scott Casey and Ray Candy. So we're somewhere. We're going to be in Texas or the Southwest. And obviously, this is not a major town or a big show because it's a 4-match card, but with the NWA World title on top, Terry against Andre. But I don't remember the Poffos being in Texas.
Well, for the record, let me jump in. I said a title on top. I did not say the NWA title.
Oh, okay. Are we in the San Antonio territory?
We are not.
All right, hold on. Well, the first 2 matches give me nothing to go on. The Poffos as a team, that would have been 75, 76, 77 in that area. But I don't know where they would have crossed the oddball tag team of Scott Casey and Ray Candy. If it's not an NWA World title match, then a regional championship would again give me the idea that we were in West Texas then.
That is the territory. I will give you that.
Reason I thought of San Antonio is just with the NWA title, but West Texas, then this could be. Is it Lubbock? And is it in 1975?
I don't think you would get this town, and I don't think any historian probably would. But it is October 25th, 1975.
Okay.
At the Agricultural Palace in Pueblo, Colorado.
Pueblo, Colorado. Okay, no, I would not have gotten that, but that is an area that they would have run out of the Amarillo Funk's office at that time period. But yeah, thanks a lot. You threw that one in on me. Pueblo. Got Andre the Giant and Terry Funk.
Support Boys Ranch. Attend the church of your choice.
How does that support the Boys Ranch?
Those are two separate things. Stars on their way to the AG Palace. Your promoter is currently negotiating with many superstars of the wrestling world to display their talents here in Pueblo. Among these men are Randy Tyler, Lanny Poffo, and the Masked Silver Streak, who are all on this star-studded card tonight.
Is there a picture of Silver Streak?
There is not. Randy Tyler. No, there's not. Also, the bearded Frank Goodish, who made his Pueblo debut on October 4th, will hopefully return in the future. Other possibilities for upcoming wrestling cards include Tom DeMarco, Tony Atlas, and Sputnik Monroe. With these great stars on their way to Colorado, Pueblo wrestling fans are almost promised action galore here in the Agricultural Palace.
Isn't it, so in Pueblo, Colorado in 1975, you could see Bruiser Brody as a rookie and Sputnik Monroe as a veteran on a same card. Holy mackerel.
And for the record, the title was the International Championship. Obviously, this is a few months before, or 2 months before, well, not even calendar months, but a month and a half before he won the title from Jack Briscoe.
Okay, and the international title was the name of the singles championship there in Amarillo at the time, because they did a lot of work with, obviously, since the Funks were American bookers for Baba, international title, and that's Baba was using that also, was he not?
I believe so.
So that makes sense.
All right, a couple more here, Jim, before we wrap things up. This one, you could just guess the territory. I don't think you'll get the town.
Uh-huh.
The opening bout, Mr. California versus Rick Drayson.
Okay.
The second bout, which is a wrestling bout followed by arm wrestling, the Hangman versus Fabulous Frank. And for the record, Fabulous Frank is Frank Monty.
Okay, Frank Monty. Haven't thought of him in years and years. Go ahead.
There will be an intermission, followed by the third bout, Wild Man Jack Armstrong, and I may get this wrong, versus Choi Sun.
Choi Sun was Kim Duck, was he not?
Oh, I don't know. Let me,
I think it was.
There's not a picture in here. There's a picture of Larry Zbyszko, and it says Big Larry Do. All right, let's go to the next one. 2 more matches. The next match listed is the main event, a Hell's Kitchen street fight.
Is Don Fargo in it?
Fists are taped, no countouts, no disqualifications. Everything goes except choking, low blows, and eye gouging. Chavo Guerrero versus Don Fonzo Fargo.
Fonzo Fargo.
That's when they tried to capitalize on the popularity of Happy Days.
And he'd throw the double thumbs up and go, hey!
Like giving Don Fargo the Fonzie gimmick.
Don Fargo looked about as much like Henry Winkler or Fonzie as I look like Diana Ross right now.
I like the fact that his name is Arthur Fonzarelli. Fonzie for short. They make him Fonzo Fargo. And finally, another intermission, and then the main event. The Masked Scorpions versus Crusher Verdue and Dr. Death.
Wow.
And it does not have a picture of a Dr. Death here, in case you're wondering.
Well, it's not Dr. Death, Steve Williams.
No.
Well, we are in California in the dying days of the Los Angeles promotion. Rick Drayson was a good-looking beach, Florida kind of guy type of babyface. Frank Monty was a longtime tag team partner of a guy named Nick DiCarlo in the 70s in the Tennessee territory. And Frank Monty also served as one of the Alaskans every once in a while when either Mike or Jay York, who were the regular Alaskans, was not around because he had kind of a beard and could fit in. Wildman Jack Armstrong was a California mainstay. As I said, I think Choi Sun was another name that they used for Kim Duck around about this time period. And I remember, I think he worked in Indianapolis for a brief period of time because Sam Miniker at one point, when he was coming in, announced him as Chom Choi. The Hell's Kitchen street fight, Chavo was huge in Los Angeles, or as huge as anything was by this point in time. Don Fargo was floating around trying out different gimmicks. I got no idea who the fucking Scorpions might have been at this point. Crusher Verdue was in the 60s especially, he was only like probably 5'9" or 5'10", but he was a 300-pound guy with his huge chest, and he sold out the Garden against Bruno Sammartino, but that was when...
They went to the New Garden.
Yeah, and that was when also Bruno could sell out against a fucking rabbit. Verdue was a journeyman heel for a long period of time, but not really a main event money draw. And who knows who Dr. Death was? It was somebody under a hood, I bet. May have been Gene LaBelle. And as far as you said I wouldn't get the town, is probably we're in the Los Angeles territory, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Somewhere around Los Angeles in the year Fargo came back here in 78. And is this 1979?
The town, San Diego, and this is San Diego Championship Wrestling, August 24th, 1976.
Oh!
2 weeks from tonight, Andre returns to San Diego.
So I am desperately off on that. 3 years. Holy shit.
Newsflash. Roddy Piper now owns Butcher Vachon's contract after big win at Olympic Auditorium. They typed that in as a newsflash.
So this wasn't necessarily the dying days of the promotion. This was just a rotten card.
No, you want to talk the dying days real quick? I'll spoil this. This is 1978.
Hold on. Was the Hangman Neil Guay?
I believe so.
Okay, and who also wrestled in the Tennessee territory in 1978 as Joe LeDuc's French-Canadian partner, Jean-Louis.
And I believe Bruce Pobans has pretended that this was him, but it wasn't him. It was not him. All right, well, here, listen to this one, 1978. Okay. Friday, January 13th, 78, the annual Battle Royal show. Colosso Colisetti versus Johnny Rivera. Dr. Oda versus El Falcone. Victor Rivera versus Fujinami.
And that really was Fujinami.
Oh, yeah, that's Tatsumi Fujinami. 1 hour America's title match, the masked Canadian, versus Rick McGraw. The Canadian being Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
Intermission, Outlaw Ron Bass and Moondog Mayne versus Dom DiNucci and Dean Ho.
Good Lord.
Andre the Giant versus The Butcher. For the America's Tag title.
Was that Butcher Vachon or Butcher Brannigan by that point?
Hold on. That's a good question. There is no picture of a butcher.
Just the fishmonger.
Actually, it was El Farron, not El Falcone. Excuse me.
There was an El Falcone.
That's why I was confused there. 2 more matches. Black Gordman and Great Goliath, the America's Tag Team Champions, versus Chavo and Hector Guerrero, who win the titles. And finally, the 9th annual World Battle Royal. The last wrestler in the ring wins $30,000. With an asterisk here. U.S. champion Bob Roop suspended by NWA.
That's when he got...
That's when he tried to steal the territory.
Right?
That's when he tried to steal San Francisco, and that's when San Francisco and L.A. were kind of working together a little bit. The Battle Royal was won... Well, I'll give you the last 5 in the ring. Andre the Giant, Ron Bass, Moondog Mayne, Victor Rivera, and Hector Guerrero, with the winner being Hector Guerrero.
Wow. And that was this is 78?
78, January 13th, 78.
That was right before Hector came to the Tennessee territory, and boy, he was a tremendous babyface at that point in time. The people really liked him because he was doing all the flying ankle head scissors and the lucha stuff that still looked good when it was applied to American wrestling, but that nobody else was doing. And he really got over well with that. So, but yeah, it's amazing that California in those days, even when the territory was going down and they were drawing practically nothing, Inoki or Fujinami or a legitimate Japanese superstar would pop up because it was California. They're flying in to do business like they had been, for years. And that was the stop.
All right, this will be our final program and definitely our toughest. But it's more interesting because of some of the content of the program itself. Here's the card. As listed, as it is actually spelled out here, Ivan Kamarov versus Nick Kondos out of Greece.
Okay, now is that Ivan Kalmakov and it's a mistake, or is that really Ivan Kamarov? Because I think there was one of those also.
Oh, you know what? I don't know. I was actually assuming it was Kamalkov, but now I don't know. No,
I think Kamarov and Nick Kondos, was he? Well, okay, finish the card.
Sandor Kovac out of Hungary versus Frank Marconi, Buenos Aires. Jesse James out of Washington versus Mike Collins out of Chicago, Collins spelled with a K. Angelo Savaldi, Hoboken, versus Jan Bleers, England.
Ooh.
And the main event to a finish, the former world's champion, Texas Babe Sharkey, versus Gino Garibaldi out of St. Louis.
Wow. Gino Garibaldi, noted for being a promoter later on, right? Or was that his brother Leo?
Well, no, Gino is the dad of Leo Garibaldi.
That's right. Gino was the dad. This is, the original Angelo Savoldi, Jan Bleers before he became Lord James Bleers, right?
Correct.
Old Tally-ho himself. Jesse James wrestled for 40 years. Sandor Kovac's in the ring. Nick Kondos.
How many Jesse James were there, though?
I think it was all the same one. He was 175 years old. I saw him do jobs in the 70s. He looked like he was fucking 60. Was Nick Kondos the promoter in Baltimore later on, or am I?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
This is in the 40s, is it not?
This is indeed in the 40s.
I'm almost going to say we're either in the Northeast or the Northwest.
We are in the Northeast.
Okay.
The card is January 9th, 1947.
Well, I was going to narrow it down even more than that. You didn't have to jump in.
Oh, forget. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Damn, no. I was going to say we're in the Northeast or Northwest, but I was going to say somewhere in the World War II years. So that's as close as I was going to be able to get. And this is not, the only other thing I can say is I don't think it's a major town card, but it's in the Northeast somewhere in New York, Pennsylvania, or Jersey. Go ahead.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Son of a... All right, or Delaware. It's right there in the corner. We keep forgetting about it.
Hey, main event to a finish. What do you think of using that to a finish? Kind of guarantee there won't be a screw job or anything.
Well, that's actually not what it meant back in those days. A time limit match and a finish match were two different things. A match, if a match had a time limit, it was like one fall with a 60-minute time limit. But a match that was a finish match means one fall to a finish. It doesn't mean it's no disqualification or you can bring in a sandblaster, but it means it will go until there is a legal winner, a finish match. And there, in the old days of wrestling, going back to the 20s and 30s, there were actually not time limits on most of the main events and especially world title matches. And there was kayfabe and real reasons for that. The kayfabe reasons were that, they wanted to see who the best man was. The real reasons were they wanted to keep the fucking betting going when that was still a thing. How much longer can it go? I'll bet you it can't, whatever. And then it was actually St. Louis, I believe, that was the last of the territories in like 40s, 50s when, modern wrestling and television came in, they were still having finish matches for the title, and then they instituted a time limit. So either a match to a finish or a finish match or whatever didn't mean no DQ, anything goes, must be a winner. It was like there's no time limit. We're going to wrestle till one guy wins.
The other interesting thing about this is the first program of 1947 for the week of January 6th. It ranks the 1946 heavyweight rankings in 10 groups of 4. The first group of 4, Frank Sexton, world champion, Primo Carnera, runner-up, Steve Casey, Irish champion, Enrique Torres, Mexican champion.
And Steve Casey was the world champion for Paul Bowser in Boston when Boston was its own thing and drew huge money during the 40s and into the early 50s.
And I believe this program, or at least most of the programs I have from this line of programs are from Boston. So that's why I was surprised. I was surprised they were running Wilmington with this program. The second group of 4, Whipper Watson, Canada, George Temple, California,
Shirley's brother,
Babe Sharkey, former world champion, and Bill Longson, St. Louis. The third group of 4, Gino Garibaldi, Maurice Tillet, the French Angel, George Becker, and Francisco Marconi. And the fourth group of 4, Bobby Bruns, Hardy Kruskamp, Don Lee out of Virginia, and Clifton Gustafson, or Gustafson, I'm not sure.
Cliff Gustafson.
Gustafson of Minneapolis. So it's weird that they're ranking everyone in just groups of 4. Then they do the light heavyweights.
Well, and all of those people weren't wrestling in that territory. They were just taking the top guys from different parts of the country and grouping them in, in that fashion. A very different way of doing it.
Here are the first group of 4 for the light heavyweight rankings in 1946. The champion, Maurice LaChapelle. Then Jan Blears, champion of England. Stu Hart, Canada. And Gus Rapp from New York. It's crazy considering the year. Like, there's pictures of Duke Kiamuka here. And it is Ivan Kamaroff. You were right.
Thank you.
All right, and that was Guess the Program.
And this was your program.
I'm going to leave you with one more so we end on a positive note here.
Okay.
4 midget tag team match.
Again.
Plus other bouts, including such stars as Tony Garea and Salvatore Bolomo. Rocky Johnson versus superstar Billy Graham. Andre the Giant versus Samoan number 1. And the main event, Jimmy Superfly Snuka versus Ray the Crippler Stevens.
Oh, good Lord. Well, obviously we're in the the WWF.
Yeah.
I've got to say it's either 1981 or 1982. It's not a major town, probably something like an Allentown or a spot show somewhere in Jersey, or potentially maybe a Springfield Civic Center, something like that, but it's not an A town. Out of town up in the air, I'm going to say 1981.
The date? Sunday, March 13th, 1983.
Oh!
The town, New Haven, Connecticut, the New Haven Coliseum.
Okay. New Haven, but 1983. Yeah, that makes sense now because what the fuck? Samoan won and Snuka and Stevens, because Stevens was in the Carolinas in 81 at that point. All right.
What chance does Samoan number 1 have against Andre the Giant? A good one, based on the fact that we do not know what Alpha can do by himself. Hence, how can Andre prepare for his match? Plus, I've heard that Captain Lou Albano, Alpha's manager, has supposedly found a weakness in Andre's methods. I'm really looking forward to this bout. According to Al Askew from Ring Ramblings.
I'll ask you?
Yeah, who wrote this? Who wrote this? Probably Jeff Walton or someone. But with that, the drive-thru has closed. Jim, well, let's get a few more questions and get the hell out of here. Jim, this...
Wait a minute, hold on. You hear that, don't you?
What do you have, gas?
Wild card, bitches.
Watch your mouth.
I've got something for you here.
Uh-oh.
A surprise guest the program. Because I have done another trade with another individual. Thank you, Joe Moosoff, up there in where you are. I don't want to give you any clues. I'm up there and where you are because I don't want to give you any clues, but I have a guess the program. Are you ready to take the challenge of identifying the year and the location of this card after hearing the participants on it?
Yeah, of course. This is always fun.
All right. The opening contest. A guy whose first name is not recorded named Murhoff versus Mike Boyer. And at first I thought, wait a minute, because they're only giving first names on the lineup, but I read in the other place in the program, this was indeed Mike Boyette, but he was a young star at this time, had not taken the Boyette name yet, and his real name, he used it in Memphis in 1979 also briefly, was spelled Bower, Mike Boyer, in the first match against Murhoff. A bonus match, Big Luke versus Jack Daniels.
Okay.
The semi-windup, the Mighty Igor versus the Big K. A special attraction handicap match, the Crusher versus Larry Hennig and Harley Race. And in the main event, Billy Red Lions versus Dr. X.
Okay. I didn't expect it to go where it went after Murtaugh, or whoever you said it was, against Mike Boyer. But then you said Moose Cholak against Mighty Igor?
No, I didn't. I said Mighty Igor versus the Big K.
The Big K, Stan Kowalski. Sorry to associate Moose Cholak with Stan Kowalski.
Well, either one would have been offended if
that's what I mean.
They're both dead.
What was the main event again? Billy Red Lions
versus Dr. X.
I'm gonna. What was this? The wind up?
Well, the semi
wind up
was Igor and Big K, but then the special attraction was the Crusher in a handicap match against Hennig and Race.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess 1968. It's either an AWA town or Chicago, which technically wasn't an AWA town. It was split between Dick the Bruiser, Wilbur Snyder, and Vern Gagne. It would either be just me guessing a random AWA town, and I don't know if that would have been a St. Paul or a big main event there. I'm going to go with Chicago 68.
Well, you talked yourself out of it. You almost had it. September 21, 1968, you bastard. St. Paul, Minnesota.
Oh, man.
You talked yourself out of it. This was not a Chicago card.
I should have known that it wasn't a Chicago card, but the Crusher kind of, I don't even know why that would have changed the way I thought.
Yeah, you would have gone to Milwaukee. See, I thought the Crusher and Hennig and Race is the one that gave it away, because the first three, and Billy Red Lions and Dr. X could have been the era you got, but it could have been anywhere. But
the problem is, in my head, I heard Moose Cholak for whatever reason that pushed me to Chicago.
Well, and then also, I thought you would be pushed to Milwaukee because the whole program does not explain why that the Crusher is in a handicap match with both Hennig and Race when Hennig and Race were about to win the tag team, either had lost it earlier in the year or were about to win it from Mitsu Arakawa and Mr. Moto. But they were a top tag team, obviously, of the era, so the handicap match had some gimmick to it that the program doesn't describe. But yes, Mike Boyer as a rookie. Stan the Big K Kowalski, when he was young, he would have had to have been only in his late 40s at that point. And Dr. X, for the folks who...
Yeah, that's how I knew 68, by the way.
Well, yeah, because that was the thing, is that Dr. X was Dick Beyer, the Destroyer. But for whatever reason, when he went to the AWA, and he beat Vern for the belt, I think a month previous to this in St. Paul, and then dropped it back pretty quickly afterwards. But for whatever reason, Destroyer became Dr. X when he went to the AWA. And that, do we know why? Has anybody ever said why?
He said why, and I don't remember why.
That's what I was going to say. If he said why? Does anybody remember?
I'm sure Mike Tenay would know why. He was like the biggest Destroyer fan ever.
No, you know what? Was it a deal where they were either talking about doing a mask match or taking the mask off of him or something? He said, I'm not going to risk the Destroyer, because the Destroyer was so over in Japan. He didn't want to risk Destroyer getting bad publicity or press or whatever, or being unmasked, so he did something else. Something like that.
You know what? If that's the case, is that the first example of a wrestler worried about their booking in America, how it would affect them in Japan?
I don't know if it had been the first one, because by the late 60s, I think that was ingrained in everybody, is that, you want to go to Japan, they're going to pay well, it's an experience, but, you've got to keep an eye on but at the same time, the Destroyer was over in California and Toronto and a variety of places in this country. I think he was protecting the Destroyer anywhere rather than just the Destroyer in Japan.
Well, let's go from you referencing Guess the Program to Guess the Program.
Yay!
Where I have here a bunch of programs from my personal collection. They are in my hand.
I have no foreknowledge of these whatsoever.
No, you don't. And we're going to mix it up. I'm going to give you some that you may have to have special rules on.
So already you're stacking a deck here. Trying to fuck with me.
Well, for instance, we're going to start with this one, and here's what I'm going to say. You do not have to guess. The territory will be apparent. You have to guess the year, I guess, is the only thing to do. Because you can. How are you going to guess the town? You wouldn't be able to.
Oh, goddamn, if you can't explain it to me, then how is either one of us going to know?
Yeah, maybe I should skip this one. Let me go to a next one.
Oh, for doing now you've left me in suspense.
All right. The opening bout, Johnny Rivera versus Akira Maeda.
Okay.
The second bout, Special Delivery Jones versus Charlie Fulton. In our third contest, Tiger Chung Lee versus Jose Gonzalez.
Jesus Christ.
Our fourth contest, Tony Mr. USA Atlas versus Samoan number 2. Following that, we have Greg the Hammer Valentine versus Rocky Johnson. And the final contest, main event, 1 fall, 1 hour time limit. Jimmy Superfly Snuka versus Samoan number 1.
Okay, well, obviously it's a WWF show. And that's why you were trying to say guess the year. And obviously Akira Maeda is the outlier here that makes everybody go, ooh, because when the fuck would he ever have been there, correct?
I think a lot of people would say, because you're not going to guess where, why the fuck was Akira Maeda in Sheepshead Bay? Yes, I think they will be saying that.
Okay, and you're in Sheepshead Bay, New York, right?
That's right.
And the year would have to be 1983, wouldn't it?
See, there's where I thought you would go. The date, Tuesday, May 15th, 1984.
Huh?
Sheepshead Bay High School, Brooklyn, New York. So you talk about spot shows. Here's a WWF spot show, Sheepshead Bay.
Wow. I would have thought that was 83 just because I would have thought it was 83. But it was 84. So son of a bitch.
All right, well, let's go to this next card here. The opening bout. Mike Sharp versus Rocky Brown. The next bout.
Okay, I've already going to name this. That was East Sheepshead Bay, New York. Okay, go ahead.
The next bout, Bob Orton versus Johnny Barend.
Okay.
There's the twist, right?
There's the twist. We're going with Mike Sharp Sr., but he wasn't a senior then because Junior wasn't around. And we're not going with Bob Orton Jr. because it's Bob Orton Sr.
The next bout, Gorilla Cepeda.
Oh, good Lord.
And Gene Dubuque versus Enrique Torres and Bobo Brazil. And finally, the main event, 1 hour, 2 out of 3 falls. Leo Namalini versus Jesus Ortega.
Okay, you give me something to work with there. Because with Mike Sharp, it could have been anywhere at any time over the period of his career, but at this era, this is the 1950s, and Mike Sharp is obviously noted for his incredible run with Brother Ben in San Francisco. Bob Orton is Bob Orton Sr., and before Bob Orton Sr. would have probably been a very major name in pro wrestling. Johnny Barond was obviously a major attraction in the late 50s in not only the Northeast, but he was one of Buddy Rogers' packs, so he would travel around to the various territories with him. Enrique Torres and Bobo Brazil teaming would definitely not let it be anywhere down south. And Leo Namalini, one of the greatest stars in the history of San Francisco, in the main event against Jesus, would that be Jesse the Bull Ortega? Or he would become that?
I believe so.
We're in San Francisco in the 50s, aren't we?
We certainly are.
And now we just got to figure out a year, and it would be 56?
So close.
Ah!
Tuesday, January 25th, 1955, 8:30 p.m. at Winterland in San Francisco.
The Winterland Arena.
That's right. Bill Graham presents The Grateful Dead.
All right. 1 year. I was 1 year off on each one of these son of a bitches.
The front of the program, West Coast Wrestling News. Leo Namalini, the uncrowned champion of the world, will have his hands full with big Jesus Ortega, 305-pound Stonewall, who there's no sentence, no period or comma anywhere yet, who no one has been able to bring down to the mat and no one has been able to phase with a drop kick or flying tackle, period. We are wondering if Leo will be able to move the big Mexican with his powerful tackle and block, which no one has been able to take and get up again. Last Tuesday, who wrote this? Last Tuesday, Leo finished off Pico with a tackle that threw the Mexican 12 feet into the air. And on the back of the program is because this is a selling point, a picture of Sam Mushnick. And it says, Leo Namalini is hitting faster and harder with his tackle than he ever did before. Therefore, he is getting hotter on the trail of champion Lou Thez. Sam Mushnick, president of NWA, there's no commas, I'm just doing it myself, will be in San Francisco Sunday, January 23rd, when Leo Namalini will speak to him about forcing champion Lou Thez into meeting him in the near future.
And we know how that worked out.
A contested title claim. But let's go to our next program here. This is the card from the program. Let's see how well you know this. The opening bout, the Sheepherders versus Bugsy McGraw and Ricky Santana. Gorgeous Jimmy Garvin versus Rick Steiner. Mike Rotunda versus Sting. I'm not naming any championships as I name this.
Right.
Nikita Koloff versus Al Perez. The Midnight Express versus the Fantastics. The Road Warriors versus the Powers of Pain in a steel cage match. Nature Boy Ric Flair versus Steve Dr. Death Williams. And finally, Lights Out grudge match. Lex Luger and Dusty Rhodes versus Tully Blanchard and Barry Windham. I left out the managers, not that you wouldn't know who they are.
Yeah.
Let's see how well you know your stuff.
Oh my gosh. So we started the angle with the Fantastics in March of 1988, and it ran through July, early August of 1988. So we are within that time period. This looks to me like a Great American Bash card, which would have put it somewhere between really the end of June and the first part of August that year. Because Flair is working with Dr. Death, the Sheep Herders are on the card. You've got Sting and Steiner.
Powers of Pain are on the card.
Well, the Powers of Pain are on the card, yes. But I'm talking about the guys that were absorbed from the UWF. And with Doc wrestling Flair, one would lead us to believe that that was the old UWF territory. But now the thing is, now that I'm looking at that, all that stuff should have happened in 1987. So the question is this a Great American Bash event or a big event in Houston from before, where we would worked with the Fantastics earlier than our program started? Now you've got me questioning myself.
You shouldn't question that. You were going the right way.
I was going the right way.
You were more in the year of the right way. I'll put it that way.
So it's 1988, but is it a Bash card or is it a Houston card?
Before we go any further, Houston in 87, Paul Bosch sells to Vince McMahon. He then promotes NWA.
True. Well,
coming back in 88.
Yeah.
The question I was going to ask you, what was Houston like? Were they getting big cards from the NWA in 1988?
Well, it would have for the Bash, even though we weren't drawing there anymore. Or would this have been Dallas?
Well, I'll give you the town and the date. Here we are.
Go ahead.
Championship Wrestling, St. Louis, Missouri.
What?
Friday, May 27th, 1988.
Good God. Okay. So I don't know what the fuck they were thinking booking Flair with Doc in St. Louis.
There were a lot of questionable St. Louis decisions after 1982.
Boy, there sure were.
Let's go to this.
Holy shit. I would never have thought that. And that was way too big of a card for St. Louis with the business that St. Louis was doing at that point in time. I'll tell you that.
This next one is an interesting one here, Jim. The opening bout, Hugh McKenzie versus John Tolos.
Wait a minute, hold on here. I got to get a new piece of paper. So Hugh Tex McKenzie versus John Tolos.
Boy, that must have been an exciting match.
Ooh.
Well, I shouldn't say that. If that match took place 20 years later, it may have been the worst match of all time. But there was probably all right.
Well, Tolos was moving around pretty good back then, but Tex was never.
Never.
Yeah.
Chief Blackhawk versus Ali Bay.
Lord.
Duke Hiamuka versus Cowboy Bob Ellis.
Holy shit.
Dickie Steinborn versus Rito Romero. And finally, the main event for a championship I will not name, 2 out of 3 falls, 90-minute time limit. The champions, Ike Eakins and Wild Bill Longson versus Pepper Gomez and El Medico.
Good Lord. Okay. We're pretty goddamn sure we're in Texas. Hugh McKenzie would later on become Tex McKenzie, but he probably was in the process of stealing the gimmick from Cowboy Bob Ellis, who was later on in the card.
I do put 2 and 2 together about that. You're probably right.
John Tolos had been a successful team with his brother in the 50s, and honestly, this may be before that. I don't know who Chief Blackhawk was. Ali Bey could have been any number of people. Duke Keomoka, that was long before he went to Florida, I would imagine. Dickie Steinborn and Rito Romero is Rito Romero is another reason it makes me think we're in Texas. And Ike Eakins and Bill Longson against Pepper Gomez and El Medico. Here is my issue, in that I would place it with Gomez in Texas and Bob Ellis in Texas and Rito Romero. I would place this anywhere from like 58, 59, 60, 61, but is that too late for Bill Longson?
There's the twist for this one.
Are you going to tell me what the twist is, or I got to figure that out too?
Oh, I didn't know if you were done figuring out your own twists and turns over there.
Oh, well, I'm twisting in the wind here. And Ike Eakins, I've got to think. I'm going to try to put this right in the middle of as late as I think that Longson would be figured in, and as early as I think that Hugh McKenzie wouldn't be Tex, but Bob Ellis would be Bob Ellis at that point, because he was Bob Elliott in West Texas in the early 50s. Pepper Gomez also isn't goddamn as old as the Hills. He didn't start till, mid-50s, at least in this country? 1956, fuck it.
The date? Friday, August 15th, 1958. Houston, Texas. The City Auditorium, Morris Siegel promoter. World Tag Team title at stake for first time here. Champions ready for action. The champions being Bill Longson and Ike Eakins.
So did they come in, since first time ever at stake, did they come in to put the belts on Gomez and Medico?
While Bill Longson and Flat Top Ike Eakins, the tag team champions of the world, are stripped. Are stripped and ready for action in the first defense ever made of the World Tag Team title in the state of Texas. Not only are they ready for action, but they are confident they can whip the challengers, Pepper Gomez and El Medico, in the 2 out of 3 falls scrap. Here's a quote, allegedly, from Longson. "This is duck soup for a couple real champions like Ike and me. It will be no trouble at all. I doubt if we will get a good sweat up against those fellows. Besides, they couldn't even beat Keomuka and Tolis last week. I saw Keomuka tag Tolis, and the referee wouldn't let him in the ring. This is duck soup, made out of a couple of Mexicans."
Well,
Eakins was equally vocal and equally certain on the result. "Longson is a great partner and in great shape. He will take a fall on each of those fellows tonight, and we will win in 2 straight falls. I will watch him take the falls. He won't need my help for that. Then, when he beats both of them, he will take the Texas title and then the world's title. A great partner. A great partner." So I don't know if they're coming in or what their story is. Exactly.
Good Lord. Well, and Bill Longson, still number 4 on the all-time biggest box office attraction list? Is that where we had him placed last?
Yeah, what do you know about Ike Eakins? Because I don't know I know the name, but I don't know too much about him. I didn't realize he was teaming up with Bill Longson in Texas in 58.
I've seen pictures, and that was a little late for him too, but I've seen pictures. I don't know there's any film out there. He used the stump puller, and at one point I believe he may have been a Kentucky hillbilly.
Well, Jim, our next card here. I was about to give you the date. That would defeat the purpose. Our next card here, the opening bout, I should say, Chris Adams versus Scott Hogg Irwin.
Ooh. Okay.
For an not undefined or undetermined, I know what it is. For an unlisted championship, Jake the Snake Roberts versus Buck Rock and Roll Zumhoff. Iceman King Parsons and Skip Young versus Kelly Kaniski and Buddy Roberts.
Odd.
Mike Gallagher versus Gino Hernandez. Terry Gordy versus the Missing Link. And the main event, Kerry Von Erich versus Michael Hayes.
Okay, we are obviously in world-class wrestling.
Yes.
Chris Adams, Scott Irwin, Jake the Snake versus Zumhoff, Parsons and Skip Young. Kelly Kaniski and Buddy Roberts sounded like an odd pairing, but that's just because Gordy and Hayes are involved in singles matches, and there was Buddy on the card. I assume that Gallagher was just a local job guy, but that was not Doc and Mike Gallagher of the Gallagher brothers, 20 years later against Gino. So that has to be 1983, does it not? And hold on. It could be 1984, but I would think it would be 1983. And the question is, where in the world-class territory, the Dallas Sportatorium or Will Rogers Coliseum in Fort Worth would be obvious, so perhaps you're trying to throw me off. So I'm going to say that this was at the Joe and Harry Freeman Coliseum in San Antonio in 1983.
The date, August 27th, 1984.
Oh, God damn it!
The Will Rogers Coliseum.
All right.
World-class championship.
You crossed me up by making it too obvious.
Looking at this card, what does this say about the amount of people they had working there, or the lack of the amount of people they really... I mean, I guess you don't need a big crew, but...
Well, no, this was a... Are you kidding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 fucking guys, 6 matches. That was a big card for Dallas at that point.
I guess you're right. I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah, remember, we got there at 85. The spot shows were 4 matches, and one of the singles was a captain's match out of the tag teams. That way they could have 2 towns running on the same night. And Sportatorium was 6 matches, and maybe they'd add 1 with job guys. No, this was about normal.
All right, Jim. Well, our next one, we'll see how normal this is. The opening bout, Jack Armstrong versus Tony Rocco. The next bout, Skip Young versus Raul Mata. The next bout, Gordon Nelson versus Cowboy Bob Ellis. The next bout, Crusher Verdue versus Steve Kern. Ox Baker.
Oh boy.
Versus Joe LeDuc.
All righty. Well, we're definitely in Florida. We know that much, but keep going.
For a tag team title that I will not name, Jack and Jerry Briscoe versus Siegfried Stanky and Hans Schroeder. For another championship I will not name.
Hans Schroeder, give your notice. Okay.
I remember that story. For another championship I will not name, Buddy Wolf versus Ernie Ladd. And finally, in the main event, Dusty Rhodes versus Ivan Koloff.
Well, we're in Florida, and it's probably the Florida Tag Team title and the Florida Heavyweight title.
That is correct, for the record.
You are correct. That is correct. Bob Ellis threw me off, and then I realized he worked there in the late 70s. Jack Armstrong and Tony Rocco could have been anywhere. Skip Young was in Florida at that period of time, and Gordon Nelson was the giveaway, and then Bob Ellis confused me.
First match could have made you think it was in California.
Yes. Second match could have even been in California or even in Texas.
Yeah.
And then Crusher Verdue could have been anywhere till you got Steve Kern again. Baker and LeDuc. This is... I am going to, it's the late 70s. It's either 70, 78 or 79, I believe, because of the time period that I seem to remember Ox Baker and Joe LeDuc both working there, as well as Dusty and Ivan Koloff, Ernie Ladd. I've got to say, this is a major Florida show in 1979. 1, 2, 3, 4, with 8 matches, which means the Bayfront Center in St. Petersburg in 1979.
This really isn't your day.
What?
Tuesday, May 3rd, 1977.
Oh, God damn it.
Tampa. Fort Hesterly Armory.
All right. So it was 77. Hey, I'm getting old.
All right, that's the excuse you're going to run with today?
It was 2 years and 30 miles away. I'm sorry.
All right, two more, and we'll wrap things up. This next one, the opening bout, Billy McDaniels versus Jim Mitchell. It is indeed the Black Panther, not listed here as such.
It's not the manager extraordinaire, but rather his namesake in previous generations.
In a judo match.
And by the way, was Billy McDaniels the one that was also Billy Blassie?
I am not certain. You may be.
I believe it was when he was teamed with Fred Blassie. A judo match coming up.
A judo match. Chester Hayes versus Masa Kimura.
Ooh, that is the Kimura.
That is the original Kimura, and in fact, I didn't even know exactly how to spell it. It's just one word, Masa Kimura.
Well, I think that's the way that they didn't know how to write Japanese people's names back then. But I think his Masanori Kimura or Masa with first name, Kimura last name.
Danny Savage versus Freddie McDaniels.
Okay, well.
Is that Freddie Blassie?
I think that's Fred Blassie.
Oh, no shit.
At some points, it was Freddie and Bill Blassie, and at some points, I think it was Freddie and Billy McDaniel.
Those are the only guys without pictures on here. In a tag team bout, Carl Davis and Ivan the Terrible versus Rito Romero and Carlos Guzman.
Okay.
And the main event...
Is that... well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
Is Carlos Guzman Blackie Guzman, or he had a different first name, Blackie Guzman?
Yeah, I'm uncertain about that.
Okay.
So I can't tell you that.
All right.
And finally, the main event, Wild Red Berry versus Gorgeous George.
And Berry is spelled Berry. Is that correct in that program, or did they spell it?
That is correct.
And that's why Barry Orton, Bob Orton Jr.'s brother, his name was spelled Berry because he was named by Bob Orton Sr. after his good friend Wild Red Berry. Okay. We've talked about the McDaniels, the Black Panther Jim Mitchell. This would have been later in his career. It is the early 50s, I believe, which is later in Jim Mitchell's career. He was the first nationally known African-American star and was born here in Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know what became of Chester Hayes. It may be that Kimura put the Kimura on him and fucked him up.
There's a photo of him here. To be honest with you, I don't recognize the photo, but it says, Roughhouse Chester Hayes tackles Masa Kimura, Japanese judo champ, in a special judo match tonight. Chester is a rugged fellow who has met the best.
Okay.
They needed an opponent for Kimura. That's what that is.
What was Savage's first name?
That was Danny Savage.
It's Danny Savage. So that's Savitch, right?
Savich is how it is spelled here.
Okay. Rather than Savage. Carl Davis and Ivan the Terrible, Rito Romero and Carlos Guzman scream Texas. And Red Berry being in the main event against Gorgeous George, with George probably not at his height, because his early 50s TV run has probably come to an end. Jim Mitchell being in the opening match, he's about ready for retirement. Kimura being in Texas would have to be after 1954, would it not? Because of the genesis of Japanese wrestling. in general?
I can't speak to
You can't speak
when
to
he
that.
would be in Texas. I couldn't tell you.
Red Berry, Wild Red Berry, not only a great junior heavyweight, but one of the first managers. Very good promo. He's from Kansas.
One of the first talkers.
One of the first talkers. From Kansas, but we're in Texas, and this has got to be, it's not West Texas. It's either Houston or Dallas in 1955.
You should have went with West Texas because at least it was pointed the right direction.
Seriously?
The date, Wednesday, March 5th, 1952.
Oh, God damn it.
The Olympic Auditorium, Los Angeles, California.
Son of a bitch. Well, then, all right, that was the run where Mitchell and Gorgeous George were both in the Olympic. They had the riot in their match then. No, that was 49. Wasn't it? Yes.
I don't have John Cosper's book in front of me, but it's
all right. Well,
book.
and I've got Jim Mitchell's book over here. All right, so Mitchell went back to California. Gorgeous George was still on top. I was 3 years too late, and God damn it, that Rito Romero was around longer than I thought he was. But how did Kimura get to be on a wrestling show in the Olympic Auditorium in Los Angeles in 1952 when Bobby Bruns and the Sharp Brothers, etc., they didn't go over till 54?
Well, there's a few things here I'll note. Jim Mitchell, there's a photo of him here. Always smiling Jim Mitchell. You can see the racial overtones there, but always smiling Jim Mitchell figures to provide a stiff test for up-and-coming Billy McDaniels on tonight's All-Star card. Win, lose, or draw, Mitchell is one of the most popular grapplers ever to show at the Olympic. So that's an interesting note there. I'm trying to see the promoter, Cal Eaton, the announcer, Jules Strongbow, Carl Davis. I'm trying to see if there's anything about Kimura. There's nothing about Kimura in here.
How does this fucking martial arts legend show up on this event?
Well, we will see. I'm just taking one last look here at the notes. The rematch of Wild Thriller. That's the main event here. Nothing about Masa Kimura in here. Well, Jim, our final program here today, maybe a little bit of a giveaway, but an interesting card considering the timing of it. The opening bout, Rick McGraw versus King Kong Bundy. The next bout, Terry Gibbs versus Ricky Steamboat. George Wells and Bret Hart versus Nikolai Volkov and the Iron Sheik. There will be a live Piper's Pit with a special guest, Mr. T. In six-man tag team action, Big John Studd, Ken Patera, and Jesse the Body Ventura versus Andre the Giant, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, and the Junkyard Dog. And the main event for a championship I will not name, under Lumberjack rules, Greg the Hammer Valentine, the champion, versus Tito Santana.
It's the Intercontinental title.
It indeed is.
And the live Piper's Pit with Mr. T makes me presume that it would be either New York or Los Angeles. And obviously the fact that Mr. T is even involved makes me think that it is either very close before or very close after WrestleMania 1 or WrestleMania 2, which is the only time that Piper and T interacted. And so I don't want to make this 1 year mistake again, because it could be, I'm trying to think of what would disqualify it from being.
Look at the rest of the card.
That's what I'm doing. It's Bundy's there, but Bundy was there.
Bundy!
Bundy! You big fat piece of shit. But Bret Hart being involved, George Wells, holy shit. Would this be a build-up for WrestleMania 2? Would this be very early in 1986?
It would not.
No, but wait, there's Snuka. That's what the fucking... So it would be... See, I caught that. I didn't take my hand off the checker. I was asking a rhetorical question.
That's not the only one. Keep looking at that match.
And JYD.
No. Well, yeah.
But Patera, Ventura.
Well, bingo.
Yeah, so it's the build-up to WrestleMania 1, 1985, and it's either Los Angeles or Madison Square Garden. And I would think it'd be Los Angeles because MSG would probably have Hulk on top, right?
I should have added. Plus other all-star bouts featuring Barry O, Rene Goulet, David Sammartino, Matt Bourne, S.D. Jones, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, Rocky Johnson, and Charlie Fulton.
Okay, so it's a TV taping. And as a result, it could be anywhere because they would bring Mr. T to TV, but they wouldn't bring him to a house show in fucking Champaign, Illinois.
Well, you got the year, you got the right time, pretty much, and that's what makes this card interesting. Sunday, March 17th, 1985, St. Patrick's Day, Madison Square Garden.
Holy shit.
2 weeks before WrestleMania.
But in the same building.
In the same building. 2 weeks before WrestleMania. I said the big giveaways. Snuka, of course, is gone by the end of the year. Patera goes to jail.
Yeah.
Right after this.
And Ventura, how long would it be that he was...
He's pretty much out of the ring. He starts... Yeah. He's commentating on WrestleMania 2 weeks later.
Yeah. All righty. So... That's lost to history, that unless people just make an effort to look it up, that they ran Madison Square Garden 2 weeks before the biggest show they'd ever run in the history of the company in Madison Square Garden.
That's one of the things I always find amazing. You know, every now and then you see the clip, but no one ever thinks about when it was from, where you have the live Piper's Pit and Piper has images of Mr. T that Travis Heckel drew up or whoever it was. That's 2 weeks before WrestleMania. That's how hot they were in New York at that point. Now, it would burn out, but at that moment, I mean, they ran Madison Square Garden 2 times in 2 weeks, and they sold out both, and one of them was the biggest gate in whatever for every record for WrestleMania. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
You don't know what you're saying. It was a bigger gate than every wrestling show except Gallatin, Tennessee on July 13, 1979 with the Marlin Brothers against Buddy and Ken Wayne.
Here on the back, real quick, we'll end with this. March 31st, 1985, 1 p.m. In yet another unprecedented commitment to excellence in professional wrestling, the World Wrestling Federation presents WrestleMania, an exclusive, closed-circuit satellite broadcast on Sunday, March 31st, 1985, beginning at 1 p.m. in major arenas throughout the country. This professional wrestling extravaganza presents the top grudge matches of today's professional wrestling world. WWF promoters have signed, sealed, and delivered the matches you, the fans, want to see. Here are some of the top bouts already signed, and it lists them. And then at the bottom, once again, WrestleMania will bring you the greatest bouts of today's turbulent professional wrestling world. And it can only be viewed via closed circuit at arenas in your area. Watch any of the World Wrestling Federation's numerous top-rated television programs for the nearest viewing place in your area. Tickets are already on sale. WrestleMania, the gala event of all time in professional wrestling history. Don't miss it. Who was writing their copy?
I don't know, but I always enjoy it when somebody will tweet out a clip of like one of the TVs or the shows then from 1984-85 WWF, where the audience was still normal wrestling fans, but they're looking at this fucking whatever the fuck's going on in Vince Jr.'s mind now and going, what the fuck is this? And then, 3 years later, you look at the crowd, it's completely different people. They're going crazy, but there's none of the same fucking people that were there 5 years ago. They've run them all off. And they managed to trade selling out all those buildings in the Northeast, they ran all those people off and got a whole new group of people that would sell out the buildings for a little while.
Yeah, fans of the Garden used to stick out their tongues at the wrestlers. You don't see that anymore.
Yeah, not a lot of tongue stickers anymore.
All right, Jim, you want to do a little guess the program before we get out of here?
Sure, why not? I got my pen right here.
I got a folder here of programs from my collection that have not been filed away yet, so they are here. And I am there, and you are there, and we are one.
You're a big filer, aren't you?
I am a big filer. I have more file cabinets being added to the file cabinet collection.
I just whip my shit out and let it hang out everywhere.
All right, Jim, this first program, I have to open it up to get to the first match. The opening bout, one fall to a finish, Wayne Martin versus Frankie Hart.
Okay.
I have to turn. I have to turn again.
What the fuck?
Turn again.
This is one of those programs with a lot of advertising in it?
There's advertising, but also there's articles. Semi-final event, a tag team match. Sailors Dick Trout and Bobby Nelson.
Oh, good Lord.
Versus Angelo Savaldi and Frankie Hill Murdoch.
Oh, Jesus.
And the main event, best 2 out of 3 falls for a championship I will not name. The champion, Leroy McGurk, versus George Wagner.
Okay. Obviously, Wayne Martin and Frankie Hart would probably not be the match that would suddenly make me aware of this. Nor would the tag team of Dick Trout and Bob Nelson. However, Angelo Savoldi and Frankie Hill Murdoch being together, of course, Frankie Hill Murdoch was the father of Dick Murdoch. And then Leroy McGurk being in the main event against George Wagner, who was Gorgeous George, but he would not have been billed as George Wagner after he had become Gorgeous George. And so one would think that this would be the Central States or perhaps the Southwestern states. Frankie Hill Murdoch was from Texas, but McGurk's main claim to fame as a promoter was Oklahoma and Missouri, but this was when he was an active wrestler before that was even involved. So I got to think, I'm working this out. It's got to be the late 40s to mid to late 40s. And it's probably in Texas because McGurk would not have just been sticking. Was McGurk, it's for a title. I can't remember when he first won a recognized World Junior Heavyweight title. But I'm going to say we're in Texas in 1946.
The date, September 21st, 1945.
Gah!
No, but you're close. That's very good. The Stockyards Coliseum. Oklahoma Stockyard Coliseum.
Was that a World Junior Heavyweight title match?
It was. World Junior Heavyweight Championship. And actually, one of the cool things about this program is whoever went, because I got a whole bunch of these from different shows, they wrote notes.
Oh.
So on the cover it says, only Mother and Me went to this one. Wayne Martin versus Frankie Hart. Wayne Martin was the fairest. Frankie Hart was fair but rough. And it says he won, he lost. Wayne Martin won, Frankie Hart lost. And then the tag match, Sailors Dick Trout and Bobby Nelson. Fair, really, wonderful, fair, won.
And by the way, in this usage, fair means they were the clean wrestlers. They wrestled fair.
And then under Angelo Savaldi, it says cheat, Italian. Yeah. And under Frankie Hill Murdoch, it says fossil, stinks. And then finally, Gorgeous.
Goddamn, wait a minute. Hold on now. Murdoch wouldn't have been that old then because Dick was born in like fucking 1943 or 4, I believe. Was he not? No, Dick wasn't born until he was 50 when he passed away. So he wasn't born until 46. So Dick was born that same year. How old could his father have been? 30, 35? All right. Are you on mute?
Yeah, I was looking up Frankie Hill Murdoch. Was born 1909.
Oh, my God. That would have made him 37.
So there
37.
we go. That was a fossil to some wrestling fans back then, but let me...
What were the comments on McGurk and Wagner?
McGurk won, fair. George Wagner lost, cheat. And then it says, and I could be wrong, prime picker or prune picker. Prune picker.
A prune picker?
That's the insult there. He's a prune picker.
He's a no-good prune picker.
Well, let me just pick up one of these other ones and see if it has any of these insults here in this one, too. Judo Jack Terry's dirty. Dandy Dizzy Davis is fair. Stinks, unfair.
Hey,
yeah,
Dizzy Davis, by the way, who Gorgeous George stole a lot of the gimmick from, right?
That's what's always been said,
They were both Houston boys.
All right, I'm ruffling through these programs here. I apologize. This next one, Jim, a very interesting one. The opening bout, Mark Lewin versus Martin Angelo.
Martino Angelo or Martin Angelo?
It says Martin. Carl Von Hess versus Gregory Jarque. Or Jarque, I'm not sure exactly the spelling. He's from Spain.
Q-U-E.
Q-U-E. Four famous midgets, Tiny Rowe and Cowboy Bradley, against Ivan the Terrible and Pee Wee James. Bolo Hakawa versus Roy Shires. Ludwig von Krupp versus Mr. Puerto Rico. In a tag team match, 1 hour time limit, 2 out of 3 falls, Luis Martinez and Eugenio Marin versus Wildman Fargo and Don Stevens.
Ooh.
Pete Manigoff versus Skull Murphy. Ricky Starr versus Jerry Graham. And finally, the main event, 2 out of 3 falls to a finish. Antonino Rocca and Miguel Perez versus Larry Hamilton and Joe Hamilton.
Okay, and that would be Madison Square Garden. And let me go down the card first. Obviously, Mark Lewin, everybody knows. Martino Angelo, a journeyman who ended up affiliated with the Beast as a manager in the 60s, right? Was that Kurt or Carl Von Hess?
Carl Von Hess.
Carl Von Hess, famous German of the period. Ludwig von Krupp, was that not Boris Malenko? No, he was Otto von Krupp. Who was Ludwig? Because it wasn't Killer Karl Krupp.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Puerto Rico, I'm not sure either. Luis Martinez and Eugenio Marin against Fargo and Stevens. Obviously, Don Stevens was Don Fargo. They got their name. They became a brother team when they teamed up in the New York territory. Because at first, Jackie had been going as Wildman Fargo, and Don had been brothers with Ray Stevens. Pete Manigoff was Bobby Manigoff's son, the pioneer champion. Skull Murphy, obviously, was Skull Murphy. Ricky Starr, the ballet dancer, and Dr. Jerry Graham. We've covered Jerry's exploits, but Rocca and Perez against the Hamilton brothers. This was the match where Jody became the youngest guy ever to main event Madison Square Garden, correct?
That is correct.
And the year on that is going to be, because of Fargo and Stevens having different names, I think it's 1957 in Madison Square Garden.
The date, Saturday, May 24th, 1958.
God damn it!
The Wonder Boys of the Mat. This is the unusual story of how two outstanding wrestlers became World Tag Team Champions. It all happened in the year 1956, in Miami, Florida, when Fargo and Stevens found themselves face-to-face in the ring as opponents for the first time. Wrestling with no time limit, the match was finally halted by officials. It seemed each man knew the other one's every move, And after realizing one could never beat the other, they decided, as a team, they would be champions. This came true by defeating the World Tag Team Champions in St. Louis on January 19th, 1957. Did that happen?
No.
The likeness of these...
Everything happened because they met Jack Pfeffer, and because they reminded him of Buddy Rogers.
The likeness of these blonde wonders is amazing. Not only their tactics, but their size, appearance, personalities, and most of all, their long hair. Both boys weigh in at 200.
I think Pfeffer wrote this.
Both boys weigh in at both boys. He did write this.
Yeah.
Both boys weigh in at 227 pounds, and both boys have tattoos. The only difference between them is that Fargo hails from Charlotte, North Carolina, and Stevens from Santa Monica, California. You will always recognize this team for the most thrilling, fabulous actions, and this makes them the world champions.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. How about that in the last sentence?
Well, and Pfeffer wrote that. And by the way, Stevens was really, Don Fargo was really from Pittsburgh, and Jackie was from North Carolina. Now I've got to go back and look, because I thought they were Fargo and Stevens when they first went to New York. Then they were the Fargo brothers in Tennessee, but I believe that predates this, so they may have gone back to New York, now that I look at it, and used the names that they'd used before they finished that up and became the Fargo brothers full time. So I was 6 months off.
Okay, let me ask you this one. This next card, Jim. The first bout listed is a match. It doesn't say if it's a championship match. Tony Mr. USA Atlas and Rocky Johnson versus Adrian Adonis and Dick Murdoch. Superfly Jimmy Snuka versus Mr. Fuji. Big John Studd versus Ivan Putski. Andre the Giant versus Dr. D, David Schultz. Hulk Hogan versus the Masked Superstar. And finally, the main event, an 18-man over-the-top rope battle royal, $30,000 to the winner. The contestants include Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Ivan Putski, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Tony Mr. USA Atlas, Rocky Johnson.
Everybody on the card.
Tiger Chung Lee.
Oh.
Mil Mascaras. The Masked Superstar. Dr. D. David Schultz. Big John Studd. Mr. Fuji. Adrian Adonis. Dick Murdoch. The Samoan. And Paul Orndorff.
Okay, well, obviously it's a WWF show. And the question is it, it would probably be 1984, but it could overlap potentially into late 83, but not by much. I don't know that it would be early 85. And it's almost impossible to say the city, because they did these cards everywhere at that time across the country. Would this have been an early foray into St. Louis, or in the Northeast because of Mascaras, or St. Louis because of maybe television? I don't know.
Well, you did a good job with this one. Friday, February 10th, 1984.
Okay.
The Kiel Auditorium, St. Louis, Missouri.
Aha! There you go.
What do you think of this? 2 months. Well, not 2 months. I mean, they kind of went there, I guess, at the end of 83. But yeah, 2 months. February 84, WWF in St. Louis. The wrestling war is heating up. This is the card they present.
Well, they had... was this a house show, or do you think was this a taping? It was a house show because they advertised the entire lineup.
But I believe they taped, because I think I've seen this Battle Royal on one of their commercial tapes.
Yeah, they may have done something like that. And that's, again, I can't see the wisdom of booking Mil Mascaras in St. Louis unless it was going to be taped. Because who would give a shit? to be honest, I mean, Mil Mascaras, was that the only time he ever worked St. Louis in his life?
I'm not sure. I don't remember him on St. Louis shows. I don't remember too many masked wrestlers on St. Louis shows.
Yeah, and for the WWF even afterwards. So the point is, they did something for television or video that night, and the card, they've got Andre, they've got Hogan, they've got Snuka, they've got Adonis and Murdoch, they've got all the names, but it's not like, the WrestleMania card, because they were trying to go and run regularly there. So they wouldn't, that's probably why they put the Battle Royal in on top, just have a feature attraction where they weren't burning up their, main matches. Because these are not exactly program matches necessarily, except for Atlas and Johnson, Adonis and Murdoch.
The practice of using cameras in any manner is an infringement of copyright material and is absolutely prohibited. How about that?
I wonder if that went for Linda Rufa, too.
Well, let's go to the next program here. Jim, this one, the first bout listed is Jim Nance versus Ron Romano. The second bout, Eduardo Carpentier.
Yeah, don't forget the last O.
Well, different programs, different things. Versus Mr. X. It does say there will be one more great bout. Argentina Rocca versus the Mongol. Crusher Lasowski versus Johnny Powers. And the main event of this program, the card, the Parade of Champions, Gene Kaniski versus Hans Schmidt.
Okay. You're just trying to fuck me all around, aren't you? I get the idea, obviously, from Johnny Powers. One would think Cleveland, Buffalo, that end of New York. Lasowski worked in the early 60s in Pittsburgh and the Northeast, some without actually working for Vince Sr. all that much. Kaniski's, this would be before he was the NWA champion, obviously. And he worked a lot for Vern in the Midwest and obviously Canada. Hans Schmidt was an international star, but would have been probably on the downhill slide of his career now, if this is indeed in the early 60s. Carpentier against Mr. X. Carpentier would have already been a big star, but just used on this to beat Mr. X and be an attraction. What the fuck is Argentina Rocca doing here? And which Mongol? Was it El Mongol? Phil Mercado? Was it? Who knows what Mongol it might have been? Guido Mongol. Which would then again put it in that Cleveland, Buffalo area. Or it could be Ontario of some description, and it's just a star-studded card. God damn it. It's between Buffalo and Cleveland in 1963.
The date, April 6th, a Saturday, 1968.
What?
The Memorial Auditorium at the foot of Main Street, Buffalo, New York.
What the fuck is Rocca doing there in 1968?
Bobby Bruns makes his promotional debut with the presentation of the 18th Annual Parade of Champions Saturday night, April 6th at the Memorial Auditorium. Go ahead.
He was running opposition to Martinez.
Well, I don't know about that, because it says Bobby
Bruns Martinez running yet?
Makes his promotional debut, and then it says here, Bobby Bruns, the most successful wrestling promoter in the world, has taken over the wrestling reins from Pedro Martinez, a pillar of the mat game in Buffalo, for the last 20 years. The energetic Bobby Bruns knows wrestling from A to Z. He developed a tremendous amount of interest in the wrestling game when a young man, and today has blossomed into the world's most respected promoter. Let me just stop for a second. Has anyone ever called Bobby Brunz the greatest promoter, the most respected promoter, the best promoter?
I've never heard that.
Bobby Brunz. Oh, go ahead.
Well, Pedro Martinez was still around after this. The NWF, Powers, and fucking the whole 9 yards. Did they pull some kind of switch where they sold it to him? He ran it to ground and they bought it back?
Well, here's another thing. Here's another article. It says information. Bobby Brunz, the world's greatest promoter and matchmaker, is the world's greatest listener and critic of his own shows. He's extending an offer to all the greatest wrestling fans in the world, meaning the Buffalo fans, to call him, wire him, write him, or get in touch with him in any way about his wrestling promotions. Tell him of your likes and dislikes. He's open to suggestions at all times. Don't forget, the world's greatest promoter and matchmaker wants very much to hear from you. He'll be a familiar figure in the city of Buffalo. Stop him on Main Street or in a Buffalo restaurant and talk to him about wrestling. You'll find he's a good listener and a very interesting man. Call him at 854-6171 or write to the Erie Wrestling Club, 234 Main Street, Buffalo, New York, 14202.
Was Buffalo that small a town back then? You could just find the guy at pretty much any time you wanted to, walking down the street?
How about Jim Nance on this show, too? The football player.
Oh, I had no idea who the fuck that was.
Oh, the next wrestling date, Friday, April 19th. The great footballer Ernie Ladd, 6'9", 315 pounds from Kansas City Chiefs will appear.
So we got to find out what happened to Bobby Brunz and Martinez took the territory back over.
Well, hold on. I have another program. This one is from later in that year, October 25th. Yeah, this one too. Promoter Bobby Brunz presents The Gallagher Brothers Are Back. Memorial Auditorium, Friday, October 25th, 8:30 p.m.
Who's on that card?
See,
Just real quick.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is who's on this card, plus other matches, obviously. Masked Marvel versus Don Lewin. I think Don Lewin may have been a local at that point, too.
Yes.
And
had probably been retired for quite some time.
Little Beaver and Cowboy Bradley versus Little Brutus and Billy the Kid. Hans Schmidt versus Gino Angelo. And the main event, Mike and Doc Gallagher versus Argentina Rocca and Johnny Powers.
Wow. See, this is a forgotten chapter in that area's wrestling history because Bobby Brunz, obviously, with Crusher Lasowski, he was nowhere near the Northeast in 1968. Hans Schmidt his career was winding down. Early 70s, he'd be retired. He was a major star in the early 50s with network TV. Kaniski, especially Rocca, Carpentier, friends of Bobby Brunz's. I didn't know that Rocca was wrestling in upstate New York in 1968. So it appeared, and the Gallaghers, who were from 10 years before. Bobby Brunz's old friends were coming in to work for him as he was trying to make Buffalo a go. And with that last card, boy, it doesn't appear to be working out. And Powers was there because, he was there and he was going to end up owning part of the office. And Don Lewin had been retired for years at that point.
By the way, ticket prices $150, $2, $250, and $3, all seats reserved. But I guess another point, because you can't see this, the front cover, the top of it mirrors the St. Louis program, the wrestling logo that other companies used also.
That Bobby Brunz would have been highly familiar with because he was involved in the Central States promotion for all those years.
The rest of the program is almost reminiscent of a Jack Pfeffer program from like the late 60s or from the mid 60s.
The flavor of the garish hyperbole of that era in wrestling kind of translated with those old timers from the 40s and 50s.
Bobby Brunz makes good his promise to Buffalo wrestling fans. When Bobby Brunz took over the promotion reins in Buffalo, he promised to make Buffalo the wrestling capital of the world again. by bringing the greatest wrestlers of the world here. He is proving that he keeps his word as he brings in names like Gallagher Brothers, Moose Cholak, Antonino Rocca, Johnny Powers, Hans Schmidt, and many more. Doesn't seem like there's that many more. But all right, that was, we'll see what else we can find out about that.
Wait, Rocca, after he left the Northeast and fell out and was moved out for Bruno by Vince Sr., he went to the Carolinas and worked for Jim Crockett Sr. when they were trying to run opposition into some of Vince's territory. Past that, I know he worked at least shortly for the Sheik in Detroit. But where else did he ever? He was not even working full time in wrestling during this time period, was he?
Not that I'm aware of. And again, maybe this is something I need to take a deeper dive in. He may have showed up on a Detroit show here and there. I know eventually in the 70s, I think he was down in Puerto Rico at the very end before he died.
Yeah.
But, you know, after...
And did TV commentary in the mid-70s with Vince Jr. for Vince Sr. when they made up. But this had to be a favor for Bobby Bruns.
Well, we'll see what else we can find out about this, because Bobby Bruns, of course, a lot of talk in the last few years of the Observer Hall of Fame. He is the guy credited with, I guess, discovering Ricky Dozan or developing Ricky Dozan, and because of that, Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, well, he booked the first American wrestling tour into Japan, including Mike and Ben Sharp, the Sharp brothers, and they set the habit, the pattern of native Japanese wrestlers beating up big evil Americans. But he didn't really discover Ricky Dozan because he wasn't anything to discover. He was a sumo wrestler, yes, but he developed Ricky Dozan to be an attraction in pro wrestling as the native hero. And that was successful. So you don't really discover someone like that as much as develop them. But I agree with you.
All right, Jim, this may be our last program today. The first event, Silento Rodriguez versus Gentleman Ed Sharp.
All right.
The second event, Jack O'Reilly versus Pretty Boy Collins. 1 fall, 15 minutes.
Okay.
The semifinal event, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit, Gentleman Ed Sharp and Tough Tony Morelli versus Silento Rodriguez and Alex Perez.
Oh.
The first main event has a stipulation I can't reveal. It doesn't matter. For the World Judo Championship, the stipulation of the match is that the only way a fall can be won is by one man or the other being rendered unconscious, or if the other man concedes defeat.
That's how they do it in judo.
2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit.
Jesus Christ.
Gene LaBelle, the champion, versus Ricky Romero.
Okay.
And the second main event of a double main event card, 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit, Nick Roberts versus Silent Joe Hamilton.
Okay. Very, very odd to have Silent Joe and Silento on the same. Well,
it is weird.
Silento Rodriguez obviously was the noted journeyman babyface who was deaf and couldn't hear. And he got audience participation in his matches because they would jump up and down and wave and yell and point if somebody was sneaking up behind him because he couldn't hear it or whatever. No idea who the guys in the second match are. They brought a couple guys back in a tag, and really the thing that made me perk up there was Alex Perez, because that meant that it was either going to be in the South for Nick or in the Southwest states like Texas. And then when you mention Gene LaBelle, that makes you automatically go to Los Angeles, but this was back in the days when LaBelle was probably trying to wrestle more often than not, because Ricky Romero would bring us back to Texas, and then Nick Roberts, being Baby Doll's father and not only a top wrestler in Texas, but the promoter in Amarillo and Lubbock in the 80s at least, and Jody Hamilton, before he became one of the assassins, after he main evented as the youngest guy to ever main event Madison Square Garden. Salento had to be real young. I would see him doing jobs on Tennessee TV in the early 70s. But he was young there because LaBelle wouldn't have been traveling past the early 60s. Ricky Romero still in his prime. Nick Roberts still in the ring. We are either in Amarillo or Lubbock, Texas, or some goddamn hoo-ha place in New Mexico. And I'm just going to take a swing and a stab at the year as being 1962.
This program, Jim, the Sports Arena Tri-State Fairground, Amarillo, Texas.
Okay.
Thursday, April 28th, 1960.
2 years off. Son of a bitch.
Silent Joe Hamilton, master of the rolling cradles, sometimes called the rocking chair split, here tonight. Girls, girls, girls! Lorraine Johnson and Laura Martinez, here Thursday, May 12th.
By the way, was Lorraine Johnson not later on married to Nick Roberts and begat Baby Doll? That was right. Baby Doll's mom, right? Yeah.
The Mighty Mites of the Mat. The midget wrestlers Lord Littlebrook, Cowboy Bradley, Bull Brummel, and Tiny Rowe, coming May 26th. Coming soon, brutal and vicious Japanese star, Kinji Shibuya, the biggest and most vicious Japanese wrestler in the world today, the 6th ranking heavyweight wrestler in the world, 6 feet tall, 245, coming soon. Also here.
Who was booking the midgets back then? They got booked out of Montreal in the days of Sky Low Low, and a lot of them were French Canadian, and then Littlebrook came over and moved the midget booking town to St. Joseph, Missouri.
Littlebrook's on the show, so I don't know.
But I mean, well, Littlebrook's originally from England for real. He wasn't a fake English person. But I think the midgets until that were booked out of Montreal.
Do you think Lord Littlebrook is the greatest midget wrestler name?
Sky Low Low or Fuzzy Cupid. Either one has to be the greatest. And they were the pioneers, so give them the credit.
Fuzzy Cupid over Little Beaver?
Well, every once in a while I'll take a Fuzzy Cupid over a Little Beaver, but just depends on the way I'm feeling.
Attention wrestling fans. Something new has come to KFDA TV Channel 10 every Sunday from 10 p.m. till 12:30 p.m. Excuse me, from 12 p.m. till 12:30 p.m. Our wrestling promoter, Doc Sarpolis, has a TV sports show entitled Ringside with the Wrestlers. Featured every Sunday will be special guests from the wrestling world, informal interviews with wrestling fans, and a general rundown on all sports of major interest, plus other features. Sitting in with Doc each Sunday will be wrestler referee Tommy Phelps and Warren Anderson, one of the outstanding TV announcers of the Panhandle area. Better known as... that's the whole sentence. Better known as the Plainsman. And from week to week, there'll be many surprises in store for the viewers, so make it a regular Sunday afternoon date to watch Ringside with the Wrestlers with Doc Sarpolis as your host, 12 to 12:30 p.m.
And that was obviously in addition to whatever their local wrestling program was, but can you imagine? I would love to have seen that local television in black and white in the studio in Amarillo, Texas in 1960 with the wrestling promoter, one of the sports guys from the station, and a bunch of fucking wrestlers. Good God, that could have been local television at its best and most exciting.
A bunch of local wrestlers, Dory Funk Sr. I mean, can you imagine that on local hero? Speaking of which, Funk fined $100 and suspended in Amarillo. The State Athletic Commission has fined Dory Funk $100 and suspended him indefinitely in Amarillo for the attack upon the world's heavyweight champion Pat O'Connor last Thursday night. Funk has already taken action against the state commission, and the commission has been ordered a date in Travis County, Austin, Texas, for a hearing, so that Funk can give his side of the story. For the $100 fine and suspended in Amarillo. Would that ever happen as a shoot where you're doing something, you know, like just to use this example, Dory Funk Sr., Dory Funk, there was no junior at the time. Dory, as far as wrestling fans do, Dory Funk attacks the world champion to build up to a match, the athletic commission, who's not smart or not into it or just doesn't like you, says, you're suspended. You're not supposed to do that.
Yes. Yes, that has happened. It happened a lot in the days, the 40s, 50s, 60s, places like Amarillo. In a lot of cases, though, now, to be fair, Scott Teal's history of Amarillo indicates that Dory had friendly politicians and or police that would probably participate in shit. But there's always cases of the athletic commission and the promoter or wrestler getting on opposite sides of each other. The promoter here in Louisville in the 40s had a public spat back and forth with the commission over a date to run a wrestling show the night before the Kentucky Derby, when the athletic commission had cleared a boxing show instead of his wrestling show. Or there was when they had the mark. He wasn't even a mark. He wasn't a wrestling fan. Athletic commissioner, in most cases, was a political appointment. When you got a new governor, he'd put friends on make the athletic commission or on this board or whatever the fuck. And we got Fred Lampson in the early 80s. And he's the one that complained the first time he saw a battle royal because the rules of wrestling say if you throw a guy over the top rope, you're disqualified. So the 20-man battle royal would have 19 winners because the guy got thrown over the top rope. And then they did an angle. The sheep herders jumped Thomas Marlin, the referee, and beat him up. In the process of doing this angle, they were going to come back the next week with a loser leave town match because the sheep herders were leaving. Well, that's what fucking Lampson saw that and legitimately fined Jonathan Boyd $250 for attacking the referee and suspended him until he paid it. So Jerry Jarrett had to pay $250 to the state of Kentucky to get Jonathan Boyd reinstated so he could come back the next week and lose a loser leave town match and never come back again. But many times the commission people were either in on it with the promoter or conversely completely not smart about anything. And they would treat it like a shoot at inopportune times.
Well, one final note from this program. Title explanations. World's Heavyweight Champion Pat O'Connor, Wellington, New Zealand. World Junior Heavyweight Champion Dory Funk. Dory Funk defeated Iron Mike in Amarillo, June 25th, 1959. He is recognized in Texas and Alaska. North American Champion. The title has been declared vacant by the State Athletic Commission until a tournament can be held to decide a new champion. And finally, the World Tag Team Champions, Alex Perez and the Mighty Ortega. They defeated Dory Funk and Dick Hutton, Amarillo, March 10th, 1960.
And that's the thing also is that Iron Mike DiBiase, Ted's father, was at one point legitimately recognized as the world junior heavyweight champion. But at the same time, he had ties to Texas. So Dory Sr., as you mentioned, it wasn't no senior at that point, but Dory Sr. was able to get a win over him in his hometown and therefore be recognized there as the world junior heavyweight champion, even though nobody else did. Well, Texas and Alaska. But you could do that shit back then, and the people in Amarillo didn't give a fuck about who was wrestling in Oregon. They thought Dory Funk was the toughest man in the world. And I bet you a lot of modern fans are going to, well, junior heavyweight, Dory Sr., was he 200 pounds until he got old and fleshed out a little bit?
I mean, from the pictures I've seen, that's what it looks like, yeah. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But and he was... through the fact that he was a pretty fucking salty old bastard, but he was able to convince the people with the chain matches and the Texas death matches and the fucking blood and the angles and beating the shit out of people on the street that he was the toughest man in Amarillo, Texas in the 1950s. And you have to think there was some competition in a cow town like that, right? It was still the Wild West. And people believed him. That's why I remember Terry told a story when he and Dory were little kids and they went in a restaurant. They're eating with their mom and dad. And this guy comes up to Dory and tells him wrestling's all fake and bullshit. And Terry said, and my father just stood up and beat the ever-loving shit out of that guy right in that restaurant in front of his family. And he got away with it, too, because he was Dory Funk. And that's how he got respect in Amarillo for the wrestling business.
Was it tougher to be a wrestler in the era of kayfabe in a big city or a small city?
In a small city. Because think about it, when I can tell you from personal experience that when we went to Louisiana to work in Mid-South Wrestling, if we were in Houston, just on the street, people would see, but and we weren't that frequent visitors, but still, huge TV ratings, but a tremendous sized city. And chances are that even if there are 200,000 or 300,000 people watching wrestling in a city of 1.5 million or whatever it was, the more people you see, more people ain't going to know you. But if you went to Lafayette, Louisiana, or Lake Charles, or Alexandria, or Monroe, or even Baton Rouge, New Orleans, if you were JYD, Jackson, Mississippi, you're on fucking TV, and almost everybody in town is watching it, and you're going to get recognized more often than not. And if you're a heel, that means somebody's going to fuck with you. So it was easier in those days being in a big city than being in a smaller city, because you could kind of get lost.
All right, Jim, well, let's get you in a happy mood before we wrap things up. I have here some programs. Let's get to a couple of these. We'll play a little guest a program. How's that sound to you?
All righty. Finish up strong.
All right, well, I'll try. I got a whole lot here. Where do I start? Okay, I'll start with this one. All right, this first program, Jim. The opening bout, Haystack Muldoon versus Larry Simon.
Oh.
Larry Simon of New Jersey. Haystack Muldoon, it just says farmer.
They listed his occupation rather than his hometown.
Jose Romero versus Sonny Fargo.
Oh, okay.
Best 2 out of 3 falls. The Bavarian Boys versus Jerry Graham.
Rudy and Hans?
I do not know for sure. I couldn't tell you.
I think that was their name. Okay, Bavarian Boys versus
Jerry Graham, Dr. Jerry Graham, and Jackie Fargo. Luther Lindsay versus Pat Kelly.
Ooh, that's odd.
2 out of 3 fall tag team match. Hans Schmidt and Red Groupie, or Group, I don't know, Red, sorry to say, versus Tony Marino and Eugene Marin.
Eugenio.
It says Eugene, for the record.
Well, they couldn't spell it right.
2 out of 3 falls tag team match. Miguel Perez and Ricky Starr versus Pompero Firpo and the Rebel from Alabama. And the main event...
Who was that?
Does not have a picture of that man on here.
I think I should know that, but I don't. And the main event...
The main event to a finish. Argentina Rocca versus Bruno Sammartino.
All righty then. I'm just going to... I'm going to say, is this Madison Square Garden?
It is Madison Square Garden.
Okay, now I'm going to get the year. Because Sonny Fargo is Roughhouse Fargo, as we know, and Jackie being in a tag with Jerry Graham against the Bavarian Boys indicates this is after the Don Fargo years. It's Larry Simon is, of course, a young Professor Boris Malenko. Haystack Muldoon was the alternate to Haystack Calhoun, if you couldn't get him. Pat Kelly of the Kelly Twins that was in the wreck with Adrian Adonis. Luther Lindsay, the great African-American shooter that Stu Hart said was the toughest guy that he ever was in the ring with and died of a heart attack in the ring. Who did Red Group turn into? God damn it. He changed his name and became more known as well. Hans Schmidt, of course, one of the biggest heels of the entire wrestling business during the network days of the early 50s. Miguel Perez and Ricky Starr against Pampiro, Firpo, and the Rebel. And Rocca and Bruno is why, as soon as you got to Miguel Perez and Ricky Starr, I knew it was the Garden. Rocca and Bruno puts it at 1962 because that was a rare babyface match, but they knew they were going to go with Bruno, and they knew that they wanted to, in some way, at least pass the torch. I don't know whether they got Rocca to do a complete full job, but that's got to be fall, winter, 1962.
Monday, Madison Square Garden, Monday, October 24th, 1960.
Oh, what?
This is when Pfeffer got back control of the Garden.
God damn it.
And Bruno was on the outs with Vince Sr.
That's right. That's because that explains the Fargos coming back. Even though Don wasn't available, Pfeffer brought Sonny back. So 1960.
Haystack Muldoon. I have a stack of original unsold Haystack Muldoon 8x10s. I don't know what I'll ever do with them, but I have them.
He had a round kind of, he was bald-headed, right?
Yes.
It had a round kind of head. He didn't have the classic country boy look of Haystacks Calhoun. All right, I was 2 years off. Son of a bitch.
Well, you got the season. At least you got that. The next card here, Jim. This is kind of the same era. Maybe I shouldn't do this one next. Let me move this. All right, I'll go with an easy one. Jose Luis Rivera versus Pete Doherty. Terry Daniels versus Tiger Chung Lee. Brian Blair versus Mr. Fuji. Tony Gurria versus Bulldog Buzz Sawyer. Salvatore Bellomo versus George the Animal Steele. Ivan Putski versus Roddy Piper. And finally, the main event, an 8-man elimination tag team match. The Iron Sheik, Dr. D. David Schultz, Cowboy Bob Orton, to take all the bumps, and Greg the Hammer Valentine versus Sergeant Slaughter, Bob Backlund, Rocky Johnson, and Chief J. Strongbow.
Holy shit, what a card. That is obviously the WWF, and that is, as far as location, I mean, it's not the Garden, I don't think. I think it would be, I'm not going to say, I'm still keeping my finger on the checker. It would be somewhere like a Philly or a Boston or one of the bigger towns, but not the Garden. And again, it would almost have to be with Buzz Sawyer. He was briefly there. But with Rocky Johnson still there, Chief J. Strongbow still in the ring, Backlund, it has to be 84 during the initial expansion, right? Because you've got Bellomo is still there, but Piper has come in. 84 at some point, or maybe early 85 at the latest. Help me.
It is the World Wrestling Federation on tour in Providence, Rhode Island at the Providence Civic Center.
Okay.
Tuesday, June 26, 1984.
There you go.
So a few interesting things. Also one of the last Bob Backlund shows.
Yeah, because he was gone pretty soon after that. And Strongbow was retired by the end of the year, right? From in-ring?
That's right. And Buzz Sawyer lasted weeks.
But at the same point, you had a little of the old WWF in Jose Luis Rivera, Pete Doherty, the Duke of Dorchester. And then you had
Putski.
And Gurria and Putski. But then you also had Piper. And you had Blair and, you know, Orton and Schultz and some of the guys that he snagged on the initial expansion. So it was kind of the blending of the old and the new.
All right, Jim, this next program here, which is the first match? Okay, special added attraction, Man versus Bear. Ox Baker versus the Mighty Samson. This match will follow the main event. Program is
that's in case the bear shits in the ring.
The Great Fuji versus the Magnificent Zulu.
Oh my God! And Fuji was like 5'8", and Zulu was 6'8".
In a tournament match, the Missouri Mauler versus Charlie Cook.
Ooh.
In a tag team match, Lord Jonathan Boyd and Sir Norman Charles versus Angelo and Lanny Poffo. In another tournament match, the Battle of the Mongols, Bolo Mongol versus El Mongol. There will be an intermission, and then a U.S.
Where Ann Gunkel will draw the lucky number.
Very good. A U.S. Heavyweight Championship match. The champion Ray Candy versus Crusher Verdue.
Good Lord.
In a tag team match, Jerry and Luke Graham versus Assassin Number 2 and Carlos Colon.
Jesus.
There will be another intermission. And the main event, Texas Death Match. Ring surrounded with wire cage. Rock Hunter versus Assassin Number 1, Tom Renesto. Falls do not count.
Holy moly. Where do we begin? Obviously, Ox Baker and the Bear. It was, I'd never heard of Samson. I've seen Ginger. I've seen Gentleman Ben. Saw a variety of the Bears. Never saw Samson. Okay, Mr. Fuji or the Great Fuji versus Zulu. But was that the real Mr. Fuji now that I know where this was?
I'm looking through this for any photos. Here's El Mongo welcomes you to Maria's Mexican restaurant.
That was a big landmark down there. Here's the thing. It's an Ann Gunkel promotion. When the war in Atlanta, when she was running All South Wrestling. And you can tell because like El Mongol in the 60s was one of the biggest names in Atlanta wrestling. And he started as a heel, but then became a babyface and ended up opening a restaurant after he retired and living in Atlanta. And he came back to work for her because he was a fucking name. And you got Jerry and Luke Graham. Luke was from Georgia. But Jerry Graham getting a spot at this period of time, they were, because again, Jerry in the 50s was a huge name in Atlanta. They were doing whatever they could.
Luke Graham had just been unmasked. He had been the Mighty Yankee, but Assassin Number 2 unmasked him.
And there you go. And the Assassins who had gone with Ann Gunkel, number 1 was Tom Renesto. Number 2 was Jody Hamilton, but we didn't know that yet. Tom Renesto had unmasked because he took the job as booker. Rock Hunter was a famous manager of the 70s. Ray Candy was a black baby face that was big in Atlanta at the time. Crusher Verdue was this short, squat, like 5'8", 300-pound fucking guy with this giant chest that actually once sold out Madison Square Garden against Bruno, but that was maybe his crowning achievement. I think I could have sold out Madison Square Garden against Bruno in that run. Boyd and Charles, the Royal Kangaroos. The Missouri Mauler is the brother of Jody Hamilton, Larry Hamilton. Charlie Cook was a guy who I believe had a flirtation, or at least we were told that, with the National Football League, and was another black babyface that worked in the South quite a lot in the 70s. Because of this had to be in the dying days, with Angelo and Lanny on the card as a team. This has got to be late All South. It's got to be 1974, doesn't it? Did she make it to early 75?
She did not make it to 75. This is Tuesday, July 9th, 1974, the Atlanta City Auditorium.
There you go. And with cards like that, a lot of mouths to feed, but I'm not sure how many people would have paid to see half these fucking matches.
Hey, a few quick notes from the program here. Here's a note from Ann Gunkel. Mat Chat by promoter Ann Gunkel. Sorry I haven't written anything in a long time, but I've been very busy going around the country looking for and booking some of the nation's top wrestlers to appear here in the near future. Last week, here at the auditorium, and this is about the unmasking that I mentioned, also, I'm really impressed by the sensational young Carlos Colon. He wasn't young by that point. He'd already been wrestling for 15 years probably, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Well, he's in his mid-30s. He was young back then.
He might just be a surprise entry into the Georgia Heavyweight Championship battle, but we will wait and see as there are many more matches and lots of good wrestlers to eliminate. And then also in here, the announcer, Ed Capral, timekeeper, Tom Renesto Jr., publicity, Charlie Smith.
Good old Charlie Smith.
All-Star Championship Wrestling on TV for July and August. It has the TV schedule, but with an asterisk. Possibility of Braves game, extra innings, run over. Some things never changed. Studio Wrestling, Channel 17, 1018 West Peachtree Street, admission free. Get free tickets from Ed Capro at ringside, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. every Saturday. Watch on TV. Tune in, Channel 17, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. every Saturday night. And they taped it. Was it right before or right after the Georgia Championship Wrestling crew taped their show?
Yes, one or the other, either before or after. They use the same ring. And the one company's guys would have to come in, do their show, and then leave, and the other company's guys come in, do their show, and leave.
I was picking up a program here. Let's end with a program or two from Guess the Program, if that's okay with you, Jim.
Well, I'd rather do that than anything else we've done.
All right, well, let me take this one here and make a note. Jim, this is Guess the Program, ladies and gentlemen. I get programs from my personal collection, and I hit Jim with the card, and he comes up with the location, the date, and the gate.
Oh, come on now.
Well, don't raise
the bar here.
You're really good. All right, here is the lineup. 2 other bouts will be announced. But the feature event, 1 fall, 30-minute time limit. Dino Bravo and Dominic Bravo versus Johnny Costas and Mike Valentino. The semi-windup, best 3 falls, 45-minute time limit. Ronnie Etchison versus Kangaroo Kennedy.
Okay.
And the main event, best of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit. Saya Nandor from Budapest versus Mike Sharp.
Ooh. We are in the province of Ontario.
No.
No?
Not Ontario, no.
God damn it.
I was trying to remember what province this is in.
Then you've just told me it's in Canada.
It is certainly in Canada.
Okay, then it has to be Quebec.
It is not Quebec.
What?
Come on, there's a few more. Right. There's a few more you can go to pick from.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, we've got Dino Bravo and Dominic Bravo. Now, people have heard of Dino Bravo, but Dominic, I don't think that was a legitimate brother. It may have been a gimmick brother at the time, but since he's working with one of the people on the opposite team is Mike Valentino, that was Baron Mikel Cicluna before he was Baron Mikel Cicluna, and which indicates this is vintage. Ronnie Etchison, best known for being a star in the Central States, but none of this rest of this card indicated it would be the Central States, so Etchison was still young enough to be on tour. Kangaroo Kennedy has been lost to history. And Cyan Nandor versus Mike Sharp, that wouldn't be Mike Sharp Jr., that would be the original Mike Sharp. And Nandor was a huge name in Toronto in, was it the 40s and early 50s? So, God damn it, what other part of Canada would this be in the, I would think, early 60s at the most recent, and only because Dino Bravo, how the fuck old was he? Is it the Dino Bravo I'm thinking of? Or is this an outlaw team that was very goddamn, just coinkadinkle.
Was that a guess in any way? Just early 60s? That's the only thing you're guessing?
Well, no, now because it can't be the early 60s as I'm looking at the rest of these names. That can't be Dino Bravo. I'm going to say 1955. And if it's not Quebec or Ontario, would it be Alberta?
The Sales Pavilion, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Okay.
Tuesday, September 18th, 1962.
Shit!
Dino Bravo is not the Dino Bravo that would become famous later. Of course, that wasn't Dino Bravo's real name, the one everyone knows. Dominic Bravo is Dominic DeNucci.
Son of a bitch. So Dominic DeNucci and Baron Mikhail Cicluna were on opposite sides of the match there under their previous identities. It's, okay, that's... Again, I'm surprised that Mike Sharp Sr. was main eventing at that late with Cyan Nandor, but it does make sense that Cicluna wouldn't have been around in 1955. All right.
Well, here's something interesting from the program. Kiniski busy with defenses. The role of a champion can be wearying. Gene Kiniski is finding. Title defenses of his NAWA World Championship and public appearances in that capacity are keeping the former Edmonton football star occupied. Because of his commitments in North America, he has been unable to accept some lucrative offers from abroad. And
I wonder what her name was, that broad that was making him lucrative offers.
And in 3 nights just recently, he attended sport banquets in Los Angeles, Dallas, and Indianapolis as wrestling's representative. So there's a little bit about Gene Kiniski. Midgets coming. That's always a big deal. Jim, this next program... This one...
I just love the way you dropped that in. Midgets coming.
Jim, the next program here, the opening bout, Eddie Sharkey versus George Gadaski.
Okay.
A bonus bout, Bob Boyer versus Mark Starr. A special event, Alaskan versus Billy Red Cloud. The semi-windup, Race and Hennig versus Parks and Gilbert. The main event, Vern Gagne versus Killer Kowalski.
Well, obviously, we are in the AWA. And by the way, is that Killer Kowalski, is that Stan the Big K Kowalski that Gagne is working with? Rather than the original Killer Kowalski?
I thought this was Killer because by this point I would have thought that Stan Kowalski would have been identified separately.
I bet you, I don't know, because we'll get back to this, but they brought Stan the Big K Kowalski into Indianapolis as late as, I believe it was 74, and Sam Miniker was calling him the original Killer Kowalski. In the Midwest, they didn't use Walter as often as they did Stan Kowalski because he had been a name for Vern in the early 50s. Nevertheless, Eddie Sharkey versus George Scrap Iron Gadaski in the opening match. This means that was before Sharkey and Vern's falling out. Bob Boyer.
The falling out being when Eddie Sharkey shot up Vern Gagne's office because reportedly Vern had hit on Sharkey's wife, right?
Yes. Yeah, that falling out. But he only fired 3 or 4 shots, and I think he pointed most of them at the ceiling. Bob Boyer would later become Chief Bobby Bold Eagle and would be partners with Billy Red Cloud in the WWA in Indianapolis for Bruiser and Snyder. Race and Hennig were the top heel tag team in the AWA and maybe in the world at that time. And they were working with Reggie Parks, who would later on be the belt maker, and the Gilbert was Doug the Pro Gilbert. And then Gagne and whatever Kowalski. So this is the AWA. It's gonna be in Minnesota. And what was Racing Hennig's run? 67 through 69, was it? Or 66 through 68? Off top of my head. Billy Red Cloud there. Let's go with 1968 in Minnesota.
The date? February 12th, 1967. I was about to say, I believe it's St. Paul. Yeah, it's St. Paul. St. Paul. That's what it is.
St. Paul, Minnesota.
I almost went with Minneapolis, but it's St. Paul here. All right, well, that was pretty close. Here's another one for you, Jim. Opening bout, Al Smith versus Cowboy Rocky Lee. Ramu Zabo versus Reyes Rodriguez. Big Jim Bernard versus Jack Nichols. For the Ladies World Championship, Slave Girl Moolah versus Nell Baker, 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. And the main event, 1 hour time limit, 1 fall, Carl Von Hess versus Ricky Starr.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, the second and third matches, I can't help you. I don't know who those people are. Al Smith, would this have been one of the famous Smith Brothers tag team, and they both had beards like the Smith Brothers cough drops?
I'm not sure. Obviously, that's the only Al Smith I know of during his time.
Cowboy Rocky Lee. Why am I going blank on who he is or who he became, the other name of him?
I am too.
Moolah versus Nell Baker means for the world title means it's somewhere after Moolah won the title in 1956 and 1984. So that narrows it down. And Von Hess and Ricky Starr would have been working in this country and in main events, and with Von Hess, God damn it. I'm trying to figure out that's really the only match I have to even figure out what territory it might have been. Moolah could have been anywhere. This is somewhere in the northeastern United States in 1961.
It is a Tuesday night, February 19th, 1957, Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, at least I got the fucking general geographic location. So this was right after Moolah won the tournament in Baltimore, and she's coming back to defend the title.
It has a picture of her face here. Slave Girl Moolah, Ladies World Champion. Luthez, World Heavyweight Champion.
But was this Ed Contos or the Contos brothers promoters at that time?
I don't see their name on here, and that's actually what I was looking for, is the promoter's name. We have Jack Vendetti as the announcer, and it has stuff about the Athletic Commission. The professional wrestling boom continues full tilt. Proof of the pudding is the turnaway crowd of 19,700 which jammed Madison Square Garden recently. About 5,000 other fans were unable to get in to see, among others, fabulous Antonino Rocca and the artful Vern Gagne. Rocca and Gagne scored a tag team victory over Hammerin' Hans Schmidt and Clouton Carl Von Hess, the villains in this particular Trumpfest, excuse me. Thumpfest, not Trump.
Thumpfest.
Thumpfest. All 4 bonebenders are this is written so funny. All 4 bonebenders are well known to Baltimore Mat followers, having thrilled the Coliseum clientele on many, many occasions. Incidentally, in line with the wrestling boom, Coliseum attendance has more than doubled in the last 5 years. And from Chicago comes word that 64 mat shows in the Windy City area last year drew more than 230,000 customers who paid $400,000. And just to think, there were those who laughed 25 years ago when professional wrestling decided to put some oomph into the action. Needless to say, the Grapple for Gold Brigade is here to stay. That's an interesting editorial here in this program. What do you think of that?
Well, and a lot of times, because in those days, remember, obviously you do, you got a big collection, the Wrestling As You Like It and Wrestling Life magazines from Chicago, they would print the attendance figures and athletic commission, the gate figures to show how big wrestling was and how popular it was, and et cetera. And that was something that the other markets picked up on. But that Baltimore at that time was not a full-fledged, there was no WWF at that point, but it wasn't even a Vince McMahon city. He was running the Garden, and there were still these local promoters even in Baltimore, so they got Von Hess from the Madison Square Garden events to come in, and Ricky Starr, that's their main event. And then they're using Moolah because she's from the Carolinas, and they're also talking about what goes on in Chicago because the local promoters would try to get somebody off the Chicago TV that'd been hot, like Vern Gagne or Hans Schmidt or whoever the fuck. So Baltimore it still wasn't a big money wrestling town in the 50s, but they got a variety of talent, and it wasn't until Vince Sr. really, it took him years to annex Boston and Pittsburgh and Baltimore and all of those towns to make that Northeast one entire territory.
Well, there it is, Jim, a rather quick, short guest of program. But
I sucked. On that last one was a rib, though. Give me one match to fucking go on.
Hold on. How about this one? Real quick.
Oh, boy.
Before we wrap things up.
Now I've stuck my foot in it.
Bobby Thomas versus Cowboy Ronnie Hill. Gene Dundee versus Hobo Brazil. Golden Boy versus Billy Graham. Bull Montana versus Tony Sinatra.
Oh.
Midget girls. Baby doll Cheryl versus Dolly Page. And the main event.
She would later work as Honey Girl Page.
The main event for the World's Championship Tag Team title, Buddy Lee and Ilio DiPaolo versus Gypsy Joe and Bob Stanley.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, by the way, it has it here just to let you know, Leaping Tony Sinatra is Paul DeMarco.
Oh, my God. Was Golden Boy Ron Dupree?
It is Ron Dupree.
And Bobby Thomas popped me for a second because that was Thomas Marlin's name he worked as, but it's not the same one here.
Oh, by the way, here's some news coming back soon. Retired undefeated World's Women's Champion Alma Mills returning to Mad Action. I'm looking for my title back.
It'll be somewhat like when Jane Cargill returned. Hobo Brazil was a goddamn Jack Pfeffer guy. Gene Dundee was a legitimate talent. Later on, he turned into Flash Monroe, didn't he? One of the Monroes?
I believe
not
so.
Rocket.
One of the Monroes. I thought it was Flash, but it was definitely
I think
one
it's
of them.
Flash, yeah. Gypsy Joe, not the Tennessee one, but Buddy Lee and Ilio DiPaolo, that's Nashville collides with Buffalo. I don't know what to think. I'm thinking this is an outlaw show in the Northeast, whether it's New York State or possibly Massachusetts, from the very early 60s, 1962, 63. Does Jack Pfeffer have a hand in this?
Jack Pfeffer certainly has a hand in it. And remember, if it's booked by Santos, it's big time.
Tony Santos, Massachusetts.
Boston Arena, Thursday, June 25th, 1964.
4. I was close.
And by the way, the next Grand Ole Opry at the Boston Arena will be Saturday, October 31st.
Good God, Boston, Massachusetts, from the mid-40s through the end of the 1950s was one of the major cities for wrestling, and they had their own world champion And Boston,
Oh, yeah.
a city that size, ran weekly, 3 weeks at the arena and then a big show at the Garden. And by the early 60s, Tony Santos is running shows like this, and Pfeffer's got his guys in there.
Well, let's wrap up with this. Here's the weekly lineup. Big Time Wrestling every Tuesday, Athletic Field Ballpark, rain or shine, Manchester, New Hampshire. Prices $125 and $175, tax included. Every Wednesday, the Arenatorium, Route 6, North Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Once again, $125 and $175, tax included. Every Thursday, the Boston Arena, 238 St. Botolph Street. And it has the phone number here. Prices $150, $2, $3, tax included. Every Friday, Witchy's Arena, Route 1, North Attleboro. That's right, $125 and $175. And every Saturday, Mill Hill Arena, West Yarmouth, Massachusetts, $150 and $2 tickets. So, the New England booking office for wrestling, it says here at the bottom. Outlaw guys and a lot of guys who would start there. Les Thatcher started there.
Les Thatcher started there. Ron Dupree started there. Chris Colt started there.
Pat Patterson's first place working in the United States was there. That's where he met the love of his life, Louis Dondero, actually, while working there. But they actually ran a pretty full schedule.
Well, and that's the thing is, Paul Bowser in Boston, as I meant, it was a goddamn money-making machine up there. It was a huge, they had their own, a wrestling world champion, and they had the Casey brothers, the Irishmen, and it was huge. And then somebody's got to do a study of Boston and see exactly what the timeline was. But by the time that Tony Santos was running this small territory, you see the talent, and it wasn't what it was before. And then that's when, what was it? Not a couple years later, Vince Sr. said, I can fucking annex Boston, take this over. And there it became, right?
Well, eventually he would get Boston, and like you said, and that's an interesting story, just the way he kind of brought the Northeast together, and that was his power base. That's why when Vince Jr. took over in 82, everyone says, oh, he paid $1 million for it. It was making many more millions than that, and he just had to take some of that money to pay for it. All right, well, before we leave, let's get a little guess the program here, Jim. It's been a while.
You teased me with that earlier before we went on the air. I've been waiting for that.
All right, we got some programs
Hold on,
here.
let me get a brand new piece of paper here.
These right here are programs from my personal collection. They have not yet been filed away, so they are here in the to-be-filed pile. The to-be-filed pile.
To-be-filed pile?
Yes, right.
God damn it.
Let's start with this one, Jim.
People listen to this on purpose,
Let's not start with this one.
And I will have absolutely no pre-knowledge whatsoever what you're about to say, and I will, just to explain the concept of this bit, I will attempt to give the year and the location of the card in question that you are reading to me.
Hence the guessing of the Guess the Program.
Yes. Yeah, well, I just want to make sure everybody was clear.
For the record, I'm the great Brian Last, and here with me, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Yes, I think they know that part.
Just wanted to make it clear. Jim, our first program here... I stopped myself. I was about to say where it was from. Our first program here, opening bout one fall. Tim Woods, 220 out of Ithaca, New York, versus Frank Valois, 245 out of Canada.
Ooh. Very early in Mr. Woods' career.
The second contest, one fall. Special is what it says. Tito Carrion, 220 out of Puerto Rico, versus the Great Malenko, 230 out of Russia. The next contest, one fall. Little Darling Dagmar, 41 inches tall.
She was a little cutie.
86 pounds, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Versus...
What's the matter with you?
I never saw the inches tall listed before.
Yes, that was the way they did it back then. See? Don't you see?
Well, I see now. Versus Diamond Lil, 44 inches tall, 83 and 1/2 pounds, Richmond, Virginia. You can catch her on Wednesdays mowing Moolah's lawn. But the next
Well,
contest,
that was Lil lived Katie. Was her Katie Glass was her name. Diamond Lil was a famous Mae West character in one of the Mae West movies, and she lived with Mae and Moolah for years after they all retired.
Jim, for the World Tag Team Championship, best 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The present world's champions, Don Curtis, 235 out of Buffalo, and Mark Lewin, 230 out of Buffalo, versus Skull Murphy and Brute Bernard. And finally, the World's Heavyweight Championship match, best 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The present World's Heavyweight Champion, Lou Thez, 235 St. Louis, versus Bob Orton, 261 Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay. And there were things that would send you in the other direction. Curtis and Lewin were a huge babyface tag team in the Northeast. And did Skull Murphy and Brute Bernard not have a brief flirtation in the Northeast, also as a tag team in the early 60s? But then with Thez being billed as world champion and Orton being, and that's Bob Orton Sr., being his challenger, and also Tim Woods being on the card, Frank Valois would make you think it was in the Northeast or even the Montreal area when we were going there first, but Woods and Malenko were going back to Florida. The year would be in question, and since Thez is the champion, that would be between 1963 and 1966, because it would not be 1958 or before when Thez had been champion previously. And would this be it? Would it be a Tampa card? Possibly, probably. It also could be Jacksonville, but with a world title match on top, maybe even Miami. But let's go with Malenko and Graham were not on the outs till the later in the 60s. So he was still Let's go with and Tim Woods in the opening match when he would become a legend. What year did he win the NCAA? Ooh. Or did he win the NCAA? Or did he just highly place?
I only follow the professionals.
Oh, come on. 1965, Tampa, Florida.
Ooh. The date, Wednesday, January 22nd, 1964. Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, well, I botched that. I got within 1 year. I could have said Jacksonville, but what the fuck?
Little Darling Dagmar, a mere 86 pounds, only 41 inches in height, has pert a combination of midget muscle and beauty you ever will see in many a long day's journey. Little Darling Dagmar was born and raised in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. In addition to wrestling, Darling Dagmar has a wonderful voice and has made a few discs for her own use. Rock and roll, rhythm and blues, country and western numbers. After graduating from high school, Dagmar devoted all her time in training to becoming a professional wrestler. Dagmar's favorite holds are the airplane spin and the giant swing, which she finds most successful in attaining a triumph over her adversary. She can also turn on the heat when her opponent uses foul tactics. Darling Dagmar is rated very highly amongst the I can't even say it. Amongst the diminutive female wrestlers.
Dagmar was the top babyface of all the girl midgets. And one time, I think it was 1975, we had a five midget girl battle royal. And obviously the top rope rule was not in effect. It was a pinfall deal, but it was Diamond Lil, Darling Dagmar, Honey Girl Page. Oh, gosh, what were the other two's name? Because Mool only had 5 girl midgets, I think, at the time. So they brought the whole stock in. And they would do that a lot, especially in the Southern territories. They'd mix up a grown man and a midget girl or whatever and mix tag team matches. But go ahead, extol more virtues of Darling Dagmar.
No, that was it. Those were all for virtues. Jimmy Murdoch is the promoter here.
And actually, that because later on in Jacksonville, by the 70s, Don Curtis would be the promoter.
That's right.
In Jacksonville.
Technically, the promoter is Jimmy Murdoch Incorporated, actually, as listed here. But Big Time Wrestling returns next week, Thursday, January 30th, 8:15. Coming up Friday, February 7th, Dave Brubeck. All right, there's a show to go to.
All right.
All right, Jim, our next card here, let's go to this one. The card, the opening bout, Art Mahalik versus Woody Farmer. The second contest, the Mauler versus the Bavarian. The next contest, a tag team match, tag team action, Kenji Shibuya and Pepe Lopez versus Tony Rocco and Pantera Negra. The next match, a Texas death bout, falls don't count, winner must walk out, Pedro Morales versus the Great Kojika. Kojika. A special semi-main event, best 2 out of 3 falls, Rocky Johnson versus Cyclone Negro, and the main event, best 2 out of 3 falls, title not at stake. It is the hate battle of the century, Freddie Blassie versus Don Carson.
Okay. In that case, we are in Los Angeles. And just going up and down the card, Art Boom Boom Mahalik, was a NFL football player at one point, correct? Woody Farmer would go on to have a few spots as a character actor in motion pictures, I believe. I have no idea who the Mauler or the Bavarian were. Kenji Shibuya was one of the great Japanese heels of the 60s and was huge in Northern California for the Shire Territory. Pepe Lopez was a journeyman who spent a lot of time in the Tennessee territories, and it was he and Frank Hester that were the masked dominoes that were killed in the car wreck with Sam Bass in 1976. Pedro Morales, this is long before I don't say long, but this would have been before or would have been after the WWF run. There's Rocky, no, this is late 60s, isn't it? Or it's before his WWF title run. Maybe right before, as I'm looking at this. Blassie and Carson did their big business around about the time right before or right after as the Tolos Blassie Coliseum show, I believe. And Don Carson is one of those guys that, as a heel, to look at him, you would think, this fucking outlaw fuck, but he was such a promo. Even though he had no physique, he was such a promo. That's why later on he became a manager with quite a bit of heat. And he was such a Southern, like a blonde Ron Wright. And he had all the gimmicks, the black glove that was loaded and all this stuff. He and Ron Wright actually sold out the Knoxville Civic Coliseum 6 weeks in a row in 1973. But he didn't make it on top in the major territories except for this run in Los Angeles, because they did a deal where he and Blassie were partners and then he turned, correct? If I remember properly.
I don't want to.
You're not going to give me any help to try to.
I'm trying not to until you actually guess something.
So I've meandered around to say that this is the Olympic Auditorium in Los Angeles, California. And if I had to pick between 71 and 72, I'm going to say 19. Well, because wait, Pedro, one of the titles said, could this be 1970 in Los Angeles at the Olympic Auditorium?
The date, Friday, April 3rd, 1970.
Ah!
The Olympic Auditorium, Los Angeles,
Boom.
California.
Boom goes the dynamite. You ought to give me a sound effect when I nail it.
There you go.
Or maybe not.
Second World Battle Royal, 22 wrestlers, $11,000. Friday, January 15th, 1971. Advance tickets on sale now, Olympic Auditorium. $5 and $3.50 reserved. Children under 12, half price. Sorry, discount cards will not be honored on this date only. Best seats are available now.
So they sold tickets to the annual Battle Royal 9 months in advance. That's amazing.
Oh, wow, this is April 3rd. Yeah, I didn't even put two and two together there as I saw this. Wow.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, because San Francisco and Los Angeles, the annual Battle Royal, that was the big show of the year. It was the only place really after the initial flurry of Battle Royals became a thing that it meant something somewhere.
Extra, extra, extra. NWA gives Blassie the America's title. Just as we were about to print this program, word came in that the official meeting Monday, March 30th, the NWA announced, after viewing films and hearing testimony from wrestlers and lawyers, Freddie Blassie be given the America's Championship. As far the NWA could see, Blassie did lose the event to Johnson. However, the St. Louis Blonde was not pinned or did not submit, but was disqualified for outside interference, and the title cannot change hands on a disqualification. Official verdict, Monday, March 30th, 2 p.m., St. Louis. Freddie, it is all in caps. Freddie Blassie be given the America's Championship and will be recognized as the title holder by the National Wrestling Alliance. So there it is, an official edict from the NWA. Jim,
you can tell it's official.
This next program is, not that this would be anything to give away, but this is a bit of a big event for what this show is. The opening contest, Tiger Nelson versus Angelo Savoldi. The next bout, Wild Bud Cody versus CC Willie Nieves.
All right.
The next contest, Jim LaRock versus Billy Darnell.
Okay, all right. Give me some frame of reference here.
Next, we have a tag team match, 2 out of 3 falls. Sailor Thomas and Miguel Perez versus Brute Bernard and Skull Murphy. And finally, the main event, 6-man tag team action. Pampero Firpo, Roy Heffernan, and Al Costello, it does not say it here, but of course those are the Fabulous Kangaroos.
Right.
Versus Cowboy Bob Ellis, Johnny Valentine, and Antonino Rocca.
Good Lord. Boy, howdy. Billy Darnell was one of the baby faces that Buddy Rogers liked to take around as part of his crew. He had the Tarzan outfit and everything, was very dashing. Jim LaRock was a big baby face in the Evansville, Indiana area back in the late 50s, early 60s. Obviously, Sailor Art Thomas and Miguel Perez teaming indicates, against Brute Bernard and Skull Murphy, indicates that it is the early 60s, because Art Thomas was a big drawing card in the Northeast, right, and also Chicago and other places, but Perez was, if Perez and Rock are on the same card, and Billy Darnell's on the show, and I talked about Brute Bernard and Skull Murphy having a run in the Northeast, So did the Fabulous Kangaroos, Heffernan and Costello. So did Valentine. So did Cowboy Bob Ellis. But this has to be the early 60s because it looks odd for a lineup for late 50s. We're somewhere in the Northeast, but it's not the Garden. It may be an offshoot of the Northeast. It might be a Pittsburgh, or it might be a Baltimore or some town that was not completely under the McMahon control at that point. My phone is ringing, but I'm not going to use the lifeline. I'm going to go 1962. And we're going to say it's in Washington, D.C.
Well, you get a little bit of this, and then you also get some taken away. The date, Saturday, March 24th, 1962, the Newark Armory.
Son of a bitch.
And it has a picture here on the other side. I'll read what it says. 30th Anniversary Program, Newark Armory, Saturday, March 24th, 1962. And in this photo, left to right, Willie Gilzenberg and Babe Coleman, two of the nation's outstanding boxing and wrestling promoters. With a shake of the hand, they became partners on March 24th, 1932. And tonight, T.O.-night, tonight, are celebrating their 30th year together. So Willie Gilzenberg, future WWF president, 30th anniversary as a promoter in Newark.
And that's why they had a 6-man on top then, because they wanted to give all those guys an easy night for a Newark Armory show. Ellis, Valentine, Rocca, the Kangaroos, and Firpo, 6-man. Nobody has to work excessively hard. And the undercard, the first 3 matches, is kind of blah. So I was thinking Washington because of Valentine and Thomas. But nevertheless,
I'm always blown away when these cards or these programs have schedules, just so you can kind of see, this is just New Jersey. So, this program has nothing to do with anything else happening in any other Vince Sr. town, or Vince Sr. state, I should say. Coming attractions. Monday, March 26th, Moose Hall, Trenton. Friday, March 30th, Temple Hall, Highland Park. Saturday, March 31st, the Jersey City Armory. Monday, April 2nd, visit the beautiful Gladiators Arena, Route 46, Totowa, for the opening wrestling program. All the outstanding TV stars will be in action. Also, Saturday, April 14th, Patterson Armory. And then once again, they come back to Newark, Saturday, April 21st. So, regular small towns being run.
Well, yeah, and that was one of 2 or 3 towns they were running in the territory that night, because when you think about it, this was the big, Willie Gilzenberg was figured in. Obviously, as you mentioned, he'd go on to be WWF figurehead president. He worked with Vince Sr. for years and years. So he gets a big card, but there's only 10, 11 main event guys. And if you count Darnell, who was on the downhill slide at that point. And then the preliminaries. So they could have 3 or 4 of these shows with all the talent they would keep in the territory at one point running in various places, and then have everybody or most everybody, all the big names at the Garden or Boston or whatever.
All right, and I don't think you'd ever get this one, but just because I don't think you would ever get this one. But
all right, well, now we don't hold an idiot in suspense.
Well, okay.
Give it to me anyway now.
Real quick, here's the, trying to see if there's anything else in here. Here's the card. Catch weights, 1 fall, 10-minute time limit. Jack Walters versus George Strigler, 165 pounds, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit. Pat McGill versus George Poulos.
Okay.
Welterweight, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit. Billy Grubbs versus Leonard Jake Jacobson. And the main event, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit. Red Lions versus Dude Chick.
Okay. Would that later on become Billy Red Lions?
When did he debut? I don't know.
Well, because this is going to be in the late 30s.
This may, well, I don't want to say this possibly could be Billy Red Lions.
Dude Chick was a journeyman pioneer name and the fact that they're also mentioning catch weight and welterweights, that goes back to the old days. Billy Red Lions was Canadian originally, and this would have to be early in his career. And I'm trying to he and Red Bastien were on top as a tag team in the early 70s, right? Was it late 60s, early 70s? And yeah. He was still in good shape, but he was older at that point. Well, it couldn't be after mid 1940s. And I'm wondering if this is somewhere either in the Ontario area or in the upper United States, in that, is it upper New York State or somewhere around Michigan, Ohio, and in between 1940 and 1945. That's as close as I can do.
The show, the Hollywood American Legion Stadium.
Oh, my God.
Saturday, December 14th, 1935.
Shit!
This is absolutely not the same Billy Red Lions, because Billy Red Lions was born 3 years earlier.
Yeah, okay. In that case, then Dude Chick
has the greatest name ever.
Well, yes, he does. But that makes sense because he was a pioneer guy, Hollywood Legion Stadium out in California. He did a lot of stuff in the West, and I at first thought it was the 30s, but I got sidetracked thinking that was Billy Red Lions, and it couldn't be.
It's interesting. Everyone has a hometown listed except for one guy in the catchweight bout. Jack Walters, it just says Employees Association. And if you go earlier in here, it has a lowdown of all the matches. Jack Walters, an employee of our electric shop, has been following athletic activities for several years and has the belief in himself to tackle a veteran of the wrestling sport in a handicap match. He should be admired for his nerve and grit. George Strigler, alias the Eel, was holder of the lightweight belt for both the Army and Navy during wartime, and we failed to see any sign of his slowing down. All right. Red Lions from Texas here, by the way. Dude Chick from Wyoming. And finally, one last card here, Jim. Opening bout, preliminary, 1 fall, 15-minute time limit. Leo Garibaldi versus Hans Schnabel.
Schnabel to you.
Second bout, semifinal, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit. Rita Romero versus Al Saz. S-Z.
That is pretty S-Z-A-S-Z, is it not?
That is correct. That is correct. Main event, 2 out of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit. Danny Savage versus the Mighty Atlas. And it says, once again, main event, 2 out of 3 falls, no time limit. Each man has agreed not to use his favorite hold, the twisting head scissors or the atomic drop. Miguel Guzman versus Sonny Myers.
Okay. Leo Garibaldi was a member of a wrestling family, and he later on became a promoter in various places in Texas. And he had the program, you've got some of them probably, Garibaldi's Grappler.
Those are the best programs. Like the paper they used, there's no other program used like that stock of paper. It's amazing.
It was very nice. It was the satin, not the satin, but the textured finish.
Yeah.
Hans Schnabel, journeyman wrestling heel. Rito Romero was a huge name in West Texas and that area. Al Zaz was a journeyman. The Mighty Atlas was Morris Shapiro, and he was big, especially in Chicago in that area in the 50s, in the early rounds of TV. Miguel Blackie Guzman was one of the great lucha stars in Mexico of the, I guess, late 40s and early 50s. And for whatever reason, he ended up living in Indianapolis, and this guy who was a major attraction in lucha libre in the entire country in the 50s, as I said, was doing jobs for Bruiser in 1975, Miguel Blackie Guzman, and he'd get heart punched by Ox Baker in fucking 4 minutes. And Sonny Myers, obviously a longtime star in the Central States area, but he worked a lot of places. And I've got to think that this is Texas. Because of Guzman, Sonny Myers spent time there, Rito Romero, and the time frame, I got to think it's the mid-50s. Is this... Is it the Dallas or the San Antonio offices from 1954?
The date, Wednesday, November 21st, 1951.
Shit.
San Antonio, Texas, the WrestleThon.
Okay, well, at least I got that much.
The promoter, Dorothy Livingood. The matchmaker,
and boy, was she.
The matchmaker, Frank Brown. The secretary, Josephine Little. The athletic commissioner, Luis Quintanilla. And the commission doctor, David F. Davis, MD.
And your announcer is Joe McHugh.
On the front cover, we have a picture of the Mighty Atlas performing one of his many feats of strength. It appears he's trying to either rip a nail out of a board with his teeth or hammer it into a board with his teeth. It's not exactly clear what he's doing here. And also in here, it says that Danny Savage turned down prelims. Danny Savage, frog voice grappler from Salt Lake City, has been off the last couple of WrestleThon mat cards because he wouldn't take prelims offered him. Savage stated he wasn't a preliminary wrestler and had proved it by beating lots of men here and by drawing packed houses when he was in the main events. He also stated he had been willing in the past to show he was strictly a main eventer, but he wasn't wasting his time on further supporting bouts after having wrestled as hard as he did to prove himself. All right. Don't forget your peanuts. And then it has a copy here of a letter allegedly sent by Fred Atkins to Mr. Alton Erickson, the Commissioner of Wrestling, Austin, Texas. Dear Mr. Erickson, as required by the Texas State Athletic Commission, I am presenting this written formal protest on my behalf concerning my match with National Wrestling Alliance World Heavyweight Champion Louis Thez in San Antonio the night of November 14th. Last. This is dated the 15th. During the third fall of the above stated contest, Louis Thez, using the name Louis instead of Lou just makes it sound like a teacher writing this. Louis Thez attempted to dropkick me, but I was able to avoid the movement, which unfortunately caught state-licensed referee Leo Voss, partially stunning him. When Louis Thez missed his dropkick, it made it possible for me to body slam him and pin him for over the required 3 seconds needed to win a fall in this state. However, the referee, Leo Yas, temporarily...
Voss.
What's that?
Voss.
Oh, Voss, excuse me.
V-O-S-S.
It looks like they used a Y here and a V up there. Leo Voss, temporarily put out of action, was not there for the count. Realizing this, I released my pinning hold on Thez and went to the assistance of Mr. Voss, thinking I could still pin Thez if I could get the referee back in action. While helping Voss to his feet, I was caught on the back of the head by another dropkick from Thez, this one connecting and sending both Leo and me to the mat. I am told Voss landed near where I landed on the mat and proceeded to count me down, which I admittedly was, but my protest is this action which followed my pinning of Thez earlier, which should have made me the NWA champion. Your local commissioner, Mr. Luis Quintanilla, I understand, could not make any other decision than that made by Leo Voss because he was unable to see everything that went on due to excited fans jumping up on the seats, cutting off his view. Realizing Mr. Quintanilla's reluctance to pass on such an important matter, I request your getting further information from referee Voss, Mr. Frank Brown, and Mr. Quintanilla. I will present, under oath, any further questions concerning this protest. I agree to abide by the Commission's decision on this matter. Signed, Fred Atkins.
Do you know what the beautiful part of that is?
No.
Is that was obviously a revolutionary finish that they had never seen before and required detailed explanation. And it sounds plausible because it wasn't just like, oh, we're going to do the deal where the referee gets bumped and he's knocked out for 3 minutes while we do all this other gaga. It's, oh, shit, I'm sidestepping the drop kick. Boom, he caught the referee. Oh, shit, got to help the referee up. Boom, get hit in the back of the head. And the world title hangs in the balance. And did the right guy win? Probably not. But God damn it, the commissioner couldn't do anything because he couldn't see what happened because the fans were jumping up and down. So I want a rematch. That was a hot angle because the people had not seen it. It wasn't prostituted and done to death and made to appear ridiculous and happening over and over and nobody thinking the little details. And that's how you built rematches and demand for rematches or, kept programs moving where they were running the town every fucking week. So, again, all of these things that we take for granted now are so corny and so overdone and so unbelievable have grown out of shit that was done that really worked, that was believable and plausible and drew money, but it was creative then. It wasn't something that everybody had seen 500 fucking times. And it wasn't extrapolated to be done so ridiculously because that's just wrestling and that's the way we do it. You had to make it look legitimate. All these things have basis in fact and originally could have the double referee finish, whatever, could actually happen the way that it was first done. But then as years go by and more people steal the ideas, they forget about closing up the little loopholes and making the logic make sense and just want to do a finish by the numbers rather than making it fit exactly that scenario that you're in the middle of, and that's why it worked to begin with.
All right, Jim, well, let's end the show with something that is right, and that is guess the program.
Aha!
I got
some historical content for our historical wrestling fan friends.
I got to make some room here.
Oh, wait a minute. You bringing in a whole stack?
I have a whole stack, so I got to pick which ones I want to hit you with. I got a few.
Don't hit me with them. Ask me about them. I didn't come here to be abused.
Well, let's.
Yeah. See, you'll get us canceled for violence.
I'll start you with a relatively easy one in terms of location, probably.
Well, and of course, just for the newbies out there, Brian hits me with a lineup from a program from his collection, and I am tasked with trying to figure out the place and the year in which said incident occurred.
That's right. These are programs from my collection, typically ones I have not filed away yet, so they are here next to the desk.
Unfiled.
Jim, this first program, the opening bout, Steve Taylor versus Rudy Burke.
Okay.
In a tag team match, Robbie Stewart and Keith Hart versus Angel Perone and Chicky Perone.
And with their manager, Juan.
With their manager, Ava Perone. Hubert Gallant versus Kung Fu. The Cuban Assassin versus Davey Boy Smith. Tim Shea versus Mike Shaw.
Shea Shaw.
After Shea versus Shaw, which follows Smith versus the Assassin, we have Ho Chi Lao versus Hercules Ayala. And in the main event, 6-man triple tag team match. Duke Myers, Kerry Brown, and the Dynamite Kid versus Bruce Hart, Bret Hart, and Leo Burke.
Oh my gosh. Obviously this is Stampede Wrestling. The question would be, is it Calgary or Edmonton for a card like this? And one would think that it'd probably be Calgary, but I'll take my finger off that checker here in a second. Obviously Steve Taylor, if it's the same one, went on to become a photographer for the WWF. I don't think that's it. Some of these folks we've not heard of. Keith Hart, obviously we have. Hubert Gallant. The Cuban assassin was Angel Acevedo. He famous Cuban in the business. Davey Boy, obviously. I don't need to go any further.
Hey, let me just jump in right now because some fans may not be aware there was a second Cuban assassin. So if you were watching WCW in the 90s, that's not the same Cuban assassin.
No.
That's David Sierra.
Yes, Fidel Sierra, David Sierra, Dave Canal. He had 18 million mask gimmicks, but no, he was a different Cuban. This was the Cuban assassin. Angel Acevedo was huge in West Virginia back in the days when that was a territory, and then worked all over the place and was here in the Memphis territory in, I think, 81-ish, teaming up with the Iranian assassin, who was actually Jack Kruger, who was Bruiser's ex-ring truck driver. But
there's so many cheap heels then. The Turk, the Monk.
Yes, El Mongol, the Iranian, the Russian invader. But Mike Shaw would later become Muckin' Singh there in Calgary, and Norman the Lunatic, and Trucker Norman, and Bastion Booger.
Friar Ferguson, my favorite.
Yeah, Friar Ferguson. I don't know. Who was Ho Chi Lao? Was that one of Bruce Hart's ribs on somebody?
I do not see a picture here. I'm going through some of the other programs because I have a few from this time period. Here's Mr. Hito. Here's Jude Rosenblum. I don't know who this guy is. And there's no picture of Ho Chi Lao.
And Hercules Ayala was a name in Puerto Rico and various points. And by the way, Bruce, when he was booking, Lance Storm told me this. They made a manager named Dixon Cox, right? And then they had a girl valet on the other side that he did an angle with just so that he could hear the announcer say that the girl, whatever her name was, she wants to get her hands on Dixon Cox. She wants to get a hold of Dixon Cox. But anyway, then Duke Myers was huge in Calgary, but he, as a young man, worked Tennessee, teaming with Terry Garvin. And he was, at that point, like 6'3" and 300 pounds. And later on, when he came back 10 years later, after he had this big, long run in Calgary, I managed him. He had dropped down to about 260, and God, he had that fucking giant head and these big hands. He'd knock the fuck out of you. Kerry Brown was Bulldog Bob Brown's nephew, the Dynamite Kid everybody's familiar with, and then Bruce and Brett. And Leo Burke was a heck of a guy. He worked with us for a while in Charlotte, I think in 86.
Oh, no shit. I forgot about that.
Yes. Yeah. He was down there for a while, but he was a member of the Cormier family, right? The Beast and Rudy Kay and Leo Burke and all those guys. Was it the Maritimes?
And remember, the opening bout here was Steve Taylor versus Rudy Burke.
He may have been, that may have been Rudy Kay.
Yeah.
But they were the top dogs in, again, where is it? The Maritimes, Newfoundland, it wasn't Nova Scotia, whatever part of Canada up there. So anyway, and because this was Mike Shaw before he became Muckin' Singh, and Duke was there, Kerry Brown was there, I've got to say, it was at 1981 Calgary.
Very close. The town, Calgary. The date, Friday, April 30th, 1982.
All righty.
And we're getting ready for the girls to come in because on the cover, a picture of Wendy Richter and Joyce Grable. officially recognized as the world's ladies tag team wrestling champions. And on the inside, Sabrina and Princess Victoria. And here's a quote. Princess Victoria says, "Bill Watts smells like sardines." Wait,
hey!
what? I'm sorry, that was the wrong issue here. But there you go. You got the right place. Just not the right year, but let's get to the next one.
It must have been the right place, but the wrong time.
Let's see. Should we do this one?
I'll just be over here macarebonacking.
This one's a little too easy. Let's try this one. Let's see. Ooh, this one.
Oh, don't dare give me an easy one.
No, I couldn't. This one. All right, here we go. The opening bout. Mark Starr versus Carl Franks. The second contest. Carlos Mendoza versus Len Rossi.
Ooh.
The third bout. Mike Padusis versus Mario Milano. The fourth contest, Don Green versus Tex Riley.
Jesus.
There will be a 10-minute intermission, and the main event for the World's Heavyweight Championship, 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit, Buddy Rogers versus Joe Scarpa.
Good Lord. Okay. We are, at first, when you said Mark Starr, I was thinking the modern Mark Starr.
I know.
But then as soon as you got to Carlos Mendoza and Len Rossi, we are in the extended Gulas Welch territory of Tennessee in some respect. Here, Buddy Rogers being the champion narrows it down to 1961, 62, or 63. Of course, Len Rossi was the top babyface on the Gulas end of the Tennessee territory, Nashville, Chattanooga, Birmingham for years and years, but this would be the early part of that, and he wasn't on top yet. Mike Padusis played football at the University of Tennessee and was a journeyman around the South. Mario Milano was huge in Tennessee for some reason. I don't know that there was a huge Italian contingent, but he was also one of Barnett's top stars in World Championship Wrestling in Australia in the 60s.
Maybe the single biggest babyface star, if you ask some of those fans there today. Still.
Yeah. Don Green, obviously a member of the Mean Greens, the Heavenly Bodies, Don and Al Green. And Tex Riley was one of the all-time top baby faces in this territory that was one of Roy Welch's right-hand men, along with Wild Bill Caney and those other guys that you saw. Riley worked from the late 30s through the early 60s in the Tennessee territory. And Joe Scarpa, who was wrestling Buddy Rogers, would later become Chief J. Strongbow after he had finished being an Italian babyface in all the southern territories. So the question is, where is this? And there's so many places it could be.
Would the NWA champion, are there towns you could rule out that there's no way the NWA champion would have been brought into by Gulas and Welch?
No, believe it or not, Birmingham, Chattanooga, Nashville at various points. Chattanooga and Birmingham probably got more NWA title matches than Nashville did because they were drawing bigger gates. They had bigger buildings in those towns than the Hippodrome in Nashville at that point in time. It's not Memphis because it ain't Memphis. But it also could be East Tennessee because of Mike Padusis. You know what? I'm going to go with Birmingham in 1962.
The date, Monday night, August 14th, 1961. Memphis, Tennessee.
What?
Why did you say it wasn't Memphis?
Why? Because I never remember seeing a card like that in Memphis.
You ruled it out completely. I was shocked. You just said, hey, it's not Memphis because it's not Memphis. I'm like, what?
There's not enough Memphis talent on that card. At that, for 1961, I would have thought the Greens would have been together. I would have thought Tex Riley would have been over in Birmingham.
Well, actually, here's an interesting note. What may have been the world title match originally. Again, Joe Scarpa got this, the future Chief J Strongbow. Fargo misses chance at world title.
Jackie. Well, go ahead.
Oh, Jackie.
I was just going to say that wouldn't have narrowed it because Fargo was huge in Birmingham, too.
Jackie Fargo was among those in contention for tonight's try at the world's heavyweight title, which is held by Buddy Rogers. But Fargo's chances were eliminated when he was hospitalized in Nashville last week with a kidney infection. It is reported Fargo is rapidly improving, but will be hospitalized for an indefinite period.
You know, that probably pissed the fuck out of Fargo because Rogers was his idol. Yeah. He took the strut, he took the pally, he took the blonde hair, him and Donnie both. That was the Pfefferized. The Fargos were Jack Pfeffer's vision of Nature Boy Buddy Rogers as a tag team.
And this is 61, so this is just him getting established in Memphis.
No, they'd been there since 57, on and off.
Were they there that? Okay.
Yes.
Because I never think about them during that prime period of 59 and 60.
Yeah, they had a big run in 57, a big run in 59. There was a period of time that the Fargos were on top. They were drawing 5,000 people a week in Chattanooga in 59.
Wow, that's incredible.
So, but anyway, all right, I screwed that one up.
All right, well, let me give you a different, this one will test your knowledge of something. Let's see how well you know yourself. Jim, the first event from St. Louis, Iceman King Parsons versus from New York, Bobby Eaton. The second event, Buck Rock and Roll.
By the way, for whatever reason, when we got to World Class Wrestling in Dallas, they had originally billed the Midnight Express from New York. I have no idea why. We read it in the program with everybody else.
Well, we've now established this is the Midnight Express in World Class, so the question's going to be, how well do you know you? You're going to have to figure out when in World Class, and that's a limited period of time.
Right.
The second bout, Buck Rock and Roll Zumhoff, the dirtbag out of Hawaii, versus Crippler Rip Oliver out of Florida, 262. The third event, from the City of Angels, Tommy Rogers versus New York's own Dennis Condrey. Dennis Condrey. The fourth event, from 3 question marks, the missing link. We don't know where he's from, but he weighs 245 pounds. Versus Billy Haynes out of Oregon, 260. In the main event, a tag team match. Kevin and Mike Von Erich, Denton County, versus Chris Adams and Gino Hernandez out of England and, of course, Highland Park.
Oh, good Lord.
A coin flip will determine the order of the matches. Your referees, David Manning, Bronco Lubitsch, and Rick Hazard. Your matchmaker, Ed Watt.
Yeah, Ed Watt was an old man that he probably had something to do with Ed McLemore and that generation of the 50s and 60s there in Dallas, and they named him as matchmaker instead of Ken Mantell or whoever the actual booker was, just so we know. Well, King Parsons, everybody knows Iceman Parsons had a big run in World Class that when we got there was closing up at that chapter of it. Buck Zumhoff was in there, and boy, he was always the shits to begin with, even before we knew that he was a dirtbag. Rip Oliver had come in from Portland with Billy Jack, because that's when Billy Jack came in, Billy Jack Haynes, to take Kerry's place when Kerry was supposed to be off for the movie because they thought he was going to get the part that Dolph Lundgren originally got in the Rocky movie. Did I say that correctly?
I believe so, yes.
So they brought Billy Jack in, and then Kerry didn't get to part in the movie. And then, Billy Jack was expecting this main event spot, and he said, fuck it, I'm going to go back to Portland. And Rip Oliver went with him, and I was managing Rip. They gave him to me. That's why they did a deal where he slammed the door on Mike Von Erich's claw hand in Fort Worth on TV and got suspended so he could go back to Portland. Tommy Rogers, we obviously know. Bobby Fulton was not on the card that night, apparently. The missing link was Dewey Robertson. We've told a few stories about him. And Adams, Gino, everybody knows. It's 1985. It is obviously world-class wrestling. Rip and Billy Jack came in shortly after we got there, but at the same time, and by the way, Chris Adams was advertised in the main event on the card with Billy Jack. As you will recall, we've talked about this, but it's been a few years. When Chris Adams found out Billy Jack was coming into the territory, on the first night Billy Jack was there, Chris Adams was out of town and didn't come back for a week because he thought Billy Jack was going to beat the fuck out of him over, it was Jeannie Clark, right?
Billy Jack Haynes married Jeannie Clark, and Chris Adams was obviously the one who went up to Portland with her. She married Billy Jack Haynes, and I believe there was a bit of heat around that.
Yes. And so as a result, Adams left town and didn't show up that night, the night that Billy Jack got there. And there was some element of discussion with the office and Billy Jack and then the office and Adams via telephone or whatever for Adams to be assured that Billy Jack wasn't going to kill him, and then he came back.
Were you around the baby faces at all in the locker room in World Class?
Well, like in Fort Worth, yes, because, you know, the locker rooms were together. In the Sportatorium in Dallas, some of the time, although the Von Erichs dressed up in the catacombs of the Sportatorium, and with the other buildings, it was iffy a lot. So not a ton, no.
Was Billy Jack Haynes the kind of guy you wouldn't want to fuck with? I mean, how did he come across? He seems like such a fascinating guy, like before he completely went mad.
No, the people that have seen Billy Jack on the videos with the gray hair and the Beatles cut and modern stuff where he's talking about all this crazy shit. No, he looks like, an old grandpa on the porch. Billy Jack Haynes in 1985 was 6'4" and 270 pounds and had a body equivalent to fucking Luger's and had a movie star fucking look with the beard and the hat. He was the Billy Jack, the movie was a gimmick. That was his gimmick, right? And no, the reason why that he was at that point, he was always pleasant and low key and talked softly and never got upset because he had at one point before wrestling gotten in a fight with a guy, let his temper get the better of him and killed a fucking guy. Just hit him too hard. Didn't shoot him or stab him or anything, just hit him too hard. And
that's what Scott Hall did too.
Yeah, so, he tried to control, he had a very soft handshake and a very pleasing demeanor and controlled his temper and everything at that point, right? But you knew that if he wanted to, he could break you in fucking half. And it wasn't like he was a wrestling shooter. He wasn't going to stretch you. He was a beast. And then to see that's why I said when I saw these modern videos, what the fuck happened to this guy? Is it CTE that was undiagnosed? Whatever, but it...
Soft-spoken?
Yes. I mean, you could see where you don't want to fuck with him, but I never gave him any reason to yell at me. And he came in, he did his business. When he found out he wasn't going to have Kerry's spot, he fucking went back to Portland. And they didn't, beat him on the way out because Rip had come as a favor to Billy Jack because, he wanted maybe somebody, a heel to work with or whatever, and it didn't get that far.
It's fascinating just because everyone thought he was going to be a breakout star of the 80s. He was on the magazine covers right away. He had the physique that became the in physique in the 80s. And he went from Portland. He was in Mid-Atlantic, walked out of there. Florida, walked out of there.
Yeah.
World Class, did he walk out or did he...
Well, he didn't walk out. He just said, well, I'm going to go back home now. Yeah, because you got Kerry. So
WWF brought him in or tried to bring him in the first time, did a vignette video. They did that famous magazine cover of the program where it's like Hogan and Wendy Richter and Barry Windham and Billy Jack Haynes on a sled. A cartoon, not a real life.
Right. Yeah.
And then he never came in. Then they didn't bring him in. And he came in like a year and a half later in 86. And by that point, his reputation was out there. There was a limit on how far he could be pushed.
Yeah, because he would never stay and he would get disgruntled or he would go back home or what. And then he tried to run opposition to Don Owens in Portland when
he did.
They got sideways. Well, he did run opposition. And when they got sideways, and that kind of buried him there. And then there was no place else to go. The end.
Well,
anyway, back to this. This has to be, I'm going to say it's February or March, and it looks like a Fort Worth lineup. I don't think this is the Sportatorium.
I regret to inform you, this is the World Class Wrestling Sportatorium program.
Son of a bitch. Okay, it was a Sportatorium.
Dallas, Texas, January 4th, 1985.
Shit,
so you had just gotten in there.
Okay, I would have thought that it was February because I didn't remember off the top of my head Rip and Billy Jack coming in that soon. I thought we had been there a few weeks but this was before I had Rip to manage. So I guess this may have been his first appearance there.
The fury and heat continue between the Fantastics and the Midnight Express.
Yeah, that's why Rogers is wrestling Condrey in a single match, third on the fucking card.
Although the popular duo from the City of Angels were unsuccessfully challenged once by the Express, manager Jim Cornette has issued a second challenge to Rogers and Fulton. To the delight of fans throughout the area, the Fantastics have once again accepted their outcries for a rematch. 1 week from tonight, right here at the Sportatorium, Rogers and Fulton will put their belts on the line and wrestle the Midnight Express. Express manager Jim Cornette is delighted that a rematch was scheduled so soon and is looking forward to, and this is in quotes, surprising the Fantastics with some of his personally invented secret weapons.
I don't know. I think this was probably, you know what? This was probably like Ralph Pulley. Ralph Pulley, the B-team ring announcer, was writing this shit.
Immediately, the question arises, are these weapons legal? Well, when January 11th comes around, we shall all see what Mr. Cornette has planned for that championship match. Tonight, Loverboy Dennis Condrey will meet popular Tommy Rogers one-on-one. There's a wrinkle we never got. Jim Cornette, the weapon inventor. That you would just have like crazy weapons you would invent and no one could find that you'd use them during a match.
Hold on here 1 second. Oh, God damn it. I'm looking up. Because here's we talk about shitty booking. Remember, I've always said Ken Mantell was the worst booker I ever fucking worked for, to be honest with you.
Specifically about this feud with the Fantastics, right?
Okay, yes. But well, specifically everything I saw in the whole fucking company the whole time I was there. They brought the Midnight Express in. The Fantastics are the tag team champions. So our first night in Dallas, besides a couple of TV tapings, our first night at a house show was Reunion Arena, Christmas night, 84, in a tag team title match against the fucking Fantastics. And they beat us in front of 20,000 people, $185,000 house. They fucking beat us. So, and by the way, our payoffs were $800 a piece. That's when we really got boo-boo face. But then on the 4th, now that I'm looking at this goddamn book, in Dallas, Bobby beat Iceman, but Dennis and Tommy Rogers went to a 20-minute draw because that was a TV night. Every 2 weeks, they did TV at the Sportatorium, the world-class syndication, and every 2 weeks was a house show. So they were promoting the goddamn next week, the TV or the tag team title match, and the following week, we won the tag team championship at the Sportatorium in front of a $23,000 house, by the way. But then we had the belts for like 6 weeks, and then they did a thing where they were held up pending a rematch, and we had a rematch, and they were held up again. And then they did the thing where they switched them at Texas Stadium in that goddamn rotten match with Little John Harris. So, yeah, as a matter of fact, in March, we had the belt 6 weeks. And then March, we were disqualified on Dallas TV And so they held the belts up because of a disqualification. And in almost 2 months, we defended the belts 6 times. We lost by disqualification 5, and we won once. That was the way Ken Mantell booked. It sounded like Tony Khan.
Well, Jim,
so, anyway.
Well, let's go to our next program here. The card, the opening bout, Jim Hady out of Detroit, 220, versus Guy Hill, Winnipeg, 235.
And that's Hady, correct?
That is
Gentleman
correct.
Jim? Okay.
He would later die in the ring in Hawaii.
And Guy Hill. That's Guy Mitchell, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Not Bobby Heenan's brother, because a lot of people believed that for many years.
Where did that get started?
I'm not sure. But
he managed, Guy Mitchell was one of the assassins that Bobby managed when he first got into business, but they were not brothers.
Well, that is one fall, 30-minute time limit. The second bout, a special feature, one fall, 30-minute time limit. Bob Geigel, Amarillo, 240, versus an opponent to be named. Swami the dog barks at UPS man. That is a special attraction in the middle of this card. A special bout, Jim, one fall, 30-minute time limit. Len Montana, Bronx, New York, 270, versus Nick Roberts, Tampa, Florida, 242. The semifinal bout, one fall, 30-minute time limit. Hard-boiled Haggerty, New York, 243, versus Roy McClarty, Winnipeg, 245. And Swami is still going. The main event, one fall, 1 hour time limit.
Help me on this one.
Wilbur Snyder, Van Nuys, California, versus Gene Kaniski, Edmonton, 275.
Well,
tough card, right?
I'll tell you, tough card because they're from all over the place. Jim Hady was a huge babyface star in the 50s in various places. Guy Mitchell was just starting out at this point. Guy Hill, his real name, so you would think that's, late 50s, early 60s. Bob Geigel would later on become NWA president, but was centrally located in the Central States office in Kansas City and an NWA promoter, but he was also a top wrestling star and a hotshot amateur in his day. Lenny Montana became an actor and appeared in The Godfather. Nick Roberts is the father of Baby Doll and was the Amarillo promoter for years after he retired from wrestling. Hard-Boiled Haggerty was a movie star, and it was in too many movies to count. Roy McClarty was a top babyface in the 50s and 60s, as was Wilbur Snyder, one of the overlooked babyfaces of the Dumont Network and the mid-50s Chicago and Midwest wrestling boom. He was up there with Bruiser and, Rogers, anybody of that time period. And Gene Kaniski had a huge run in the AWA or the Minneapolis, Minnesota, whatever territory in the late 50s and would go on to be a big-time player, including NWA World Champion. The question is, where the fuck was this? Because everybody's from all over the place. It would seem by the main event that it would be late 50s somewhere in the Midwest, potentially Minnesota, at first blush.
I would say that's a fairly reasonable blush.
Well, since I'm blushing, let me try to narrow down the year here, because it could be early 60s also. Oh, but God damn it. Let's say 19... But he was 1961 Minneapolis or St. Paul.
So very close.
Oh.
The card presented by the Minneapolis Boxing and Wrestling Club Incorporated. the Minneapolis Auditorium, Tuesday, December 13th, 1960.
Oh, I was 18 days from being right.
That's right.
All righty then.
All right, Jim, well, let's go to this next program. This is an interesting one. The opener, Ray Vilmer, St. Louis 210, versus Ray Eckert, St. Louis 210, 15-minute time limit. The second bout, a 30-minute time limit. Ernie Dusick, Omaha, Nebraska 230, versus Pete Peterson, New York 215. The third bout, Rudy Dusick, Omaha, Nebraska 225, versus young Frank Gotch, Columbus, Ohio 208, 30-minute time limit. The fourth bout, Pat McClary, Los Angeles 285, versus Lou Thez, St. Louis 228, 30-minute time limit. Also a 30-minute time limit for the fifth bout, Ali Baba from Kurdistan 206 versus Hardy Kruskamp, Columbus, Ohio 215. And finally, the main event, one fall to a finish for the British Empire Heavyweight Wrestling Championship, Jim Londos, St. Louis 205 versus, and I may get this wrong, I apologize, Johan Vanderwalt, South Africa 212.
Well, when you said Vilmer and Eckert, I said, my God, we're in the 40s. But with Ernie and Rudy Dusick, Ali Baba, Hardy Kruskamp, and Jim Londos, and Thez in a preliminary, we may be in the 30s. Although, God damn it. The Dusicks spent time, I have a couple of programs, including autographs from the Dusick brothers, when they were in the Northeast in the late 30s, but Thez would not have been there at that point. Young Frank Gotch. Am I fixating on that for no reason, or did he turn into being somebody, or was that just a stunt with somebody that we've never heard of? Is there any picture of him?
There's no picture of him in here. I will double check on that, but it's important to note for anyone listening, this is obviously not Frank Gotch from the turn of the century.
Yes, and like in boxing and wrestling back in the early pioneer days, when somebody came along that reminded the experts of so-and-so, or the promoter wanted to make you think that he would remind you of so-and-so, they would call it young Frank Gotch. There was a young Samson. There was a young John L. Sullivan or whatever. God damn it. California. Why am I thinking about that? I sound like the amazing Kreskin now. This is going to be, is this 19, would Thez have been champion at all at this point? And he first won it in 37 for a brief period of time. But Los Angeles, California, 1938. I don't fucking know.
The program, promoted by Thomas N. Pax.
Oh, St. Louis?
St. Louis, Missouri, December 15th, 1937.
Well, son of a gun, I was almost there on the year, but I would not have imagined, because I don't have the Pax programs, and I would not have imagined this Vanderwalt character main eventing against Londos in St. Louis, but that was before the Muchnick era. So there you go.
So there we go, and let's get one more here. The opening bout, Jim, Apache Gringo versus Mr. Fuji. The second event, Pedro Godoy versus Billy Red Lyons. The third bout, a special event, the Alaskan and Frank Monty versus George Scott and Tommy Siegler. And then we have two main events, Crusher Stasiak versus Bull Curry and Johnny Valentine versus Mil Mascaras.
Holy shit. Okay. Well, everybody knows who Mr. Fuji was. Pedro Godoy was a journeyman. At one point, wasn't he one of the masked Russians? Billy Red Lyons, we talked about him on this segment a couple of weeks ago when we had a program from years gone by with a guy named Billy Lyons. The Alaskan was Jay York, and Frank Monty was a guy who looked remarkably similar to him and actually worked as a team with him as the Alaskans for a period of time. And then Frank Monty also teamed with Nick DiCarlo in the Tennessee Territory. George Scott, this was before he got Alzheimer's. Tommy Siegler was most noted for being a Southern star of Georgia, Florida, various places. Crusher Stasiak is Stan Stasiak, and Wild Bull Curry, everybody knows who he is, Johnny Valentine and Mil Mascaras. The thing is, these are people who at one point were over in a variety of different places, but this has to be Texas to bring them all together. And I've got to say, because of the Alaskan and Frank Monty being together, George Scott not being with his brother Sandy, Tommy Siegler being a pro at all, Stasiak, Curry, Valentine, Mascaras, is this 1972 somewhere in the Dallas, Texas wrestling office, whether it be Dallas or Fort Worth or thereabouts? That's as close as I'm going to come.
And you came close enough. The Dallas Sportatorium for Big Time Wrestling, June 20th, 1972.
Bam! Let's end on that one.
And on the cover, this Saturday, world title Fritz versus Funk, Texas Stadium. Parade of Champions Wrestling Spectacular. So this is
And did they not do about 23,000 people to see Fritz and Dory Funk Jr. for the NWA title at Texas Stadium that year?
I believe so. I mean, Dory Funk Jr. drew everywhere he went, didn't he?
Well, but Fritz and Kaniski, I believe, didn't they do 20, wasn't it like 25 or 26,000 at Texas Stadium back in 66-ish?
Maybe.
But nevertheless.
Well, there it is. Guess the program, and we end on a high note because
I got one.
You got one. Let me put this down over here. Well, there it is. Another fine omnibus, another fine wrestling history omnibus. Guess the program, Volume 2. Before we wrap things up, any final words, Jim?
I just hope that we could spread a little knowledge, a little enlightenment, a little elucidation to the Cult of Cornette listeners out there about the various histories of the various wrestlers and promotions that we talked about. It's good to be spreading knowledge. We're a beacon of light, truth, and knowledge that spreads around the world with our warm glow.
Well, the glow will be continuing on the Drive Thru and the Experience, and of course on future omnibuses. But for Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last. Thanks for listening. Tally-ho!